going? Yo, what's up, Mr. Keever? Congrats on first. Yo, what's up, Roger? Song is a banger. It is. Oh yeah, oh yeah. How are you guys doing today? Hopefully, all is well. Missed me? Of course, of course. How are you doing? Shiroi, shiroi, ano kubo. Where you been? How's it been going? Or I mean, I've been gone. I guess I've been gone. Came back yesterday, but for overall, been gone. Busy moving. Oh shit. New place? Like, are you like buying a place or what's going on? Put back on the VTuber. I don't think I need to. Don't think I want to. Dawn of the Nerf patch. I mean, if you didn't think there were going to be nerfs, it would be ridiculous. You also, Kintsuno, how's it going? Honestly, it is. They nerfed everything. It's over. I don't think it's over. I honestly think that they nerfed a lot of the stuff that needed to be nerfed. I think they need fire spells. Well, there's a new like thing that's like aggravating fire stuff, so we'll see. New apartment. Oh shit, nice. They nerf Archmage now, kind of justified. Yep, exactly. 100% justified, in my opinion. I just hope they didn't nerf Monk. They nerfed it a little bit. They nerfed Invoker a little bit. Chayula, I mean, they did kind of nerf Chayula in a sense that the one thing that Chayula was good at got nerfed. But honestly, it should have been nerfed. Like the getting basically a free Temporalis as a Chayula is just ridiculous. South interaction of the two heralds? Yes, they did. Yeah, I mean, basically, what I will say that pretty much anything that was meta last patch is gonna be dead. Yo, Ash, thank you for the 11 months. I appreciate it. Pretty much anything that was meta last patch probably is not gonna be meta this patch. Of course, I feel like there's probably, I would like to say that there's going to be more OP stuff, which there probably is, but I don't think anything's going to ever be as OP as the stuff that was in this patch. It's just it was just ridiculous. Some of the clear speed that they had in this game was like way more than what they had in PoE1. Oh, look at that buff, and that has 10 million DPS on the top end. I think it's mostly like clear is what they're mostly concerned about, is my guess. Clear is probably where they were most concerned and most focused. Oh yeah. Lots of changes coming in. We'll have to see where these changes end up landing the game. I have no doubt that the game's still gonna be like super, super fun. But I feel like some of the people who are like really, I guess, trying to get like the uber clear builds and just absolutely destroying everything is going to basically be gone. No Wharf Twink Femboy VTuber unsubscribed. I'm sorry. I'm sorry if that's what you were looking for. Justice for Hex Blast? That shit got massive straight for no reason. I agree. Some of the stuff I do kind of question like why they nerfed it, but at the same time, you never know. Like maybe it was like limiting to like future builds and future shit, right? We'll see. Really does exist, but it'll take a while. It'll probably be more like, the thing is, I feel like it was way too easy to get like some, and maybe people might not agree with this, but for the vision they had for Path of Exile 2, I don't think it's I don't think they're ever like super opposed to getting like fast clear, but like it really felt like you could just slap two heralds together and just get uber clear. You didn't really even need that great of gear or whatever. It's just like you slap the two together and you start clearing like crazy. And I think that's not what they're looking for. They want you to be able to clear fast, but they don't want it to be like super easy and like just like accessible to like every single build like that. Manually cast curse or wait for a duration. Hex class. I mean, we'll see, right? We'll see. I think that if Hex Blast stayed in its like previous rendition, I do think that it would be probably a little bit too powerful with Lich. Is maybe where I'm thinking. But we'll have to see. We'll have to see what happens. Yo, what's up, Zell? What's up, Boo Man? Where's the blue hottie you saw yesterday? The blue hottie you saw yesterday is no longer here. No longer with us. Hibernation for an entire year. All my builds buffed, all other nerfed. We stay on top. Wait, what were you playing? They killed Vine Arrow before he keeps getting nerfs. I mean, I think they just basically don't want Vine Arrow to be like that easy to use or something. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. We'll have to play the game. And, you know, my hope is that they won't wait another like half a year to change things. Hopefully they will see some stuff that's like underpowered and then, you know, buff it. When release patch notes? It's already up. Patch notes are already up. Ballista. I gotta prioritize Energy Shield. Yo, Energy Shield got destroyed. Energy Shield got absolutely wrecked. Crossbow stuff? Yeah, they buff crossbows. They buff crossbows. I mean, we'll hop into it, right? We'll hop into it. We'll hop into this shit. Let me get the ban hammer out for this bot real quick. They said they wouldn't do mid-league rebalances, and I hope they walk that back. I hope that they walk it back in terms of like, I think that they should do mid-league rebalances, but like they shouldn't be doing them like every couple days. They should wait like a week or two before they do something. And if it is a big balance, maybe like 2 or 3 weeks. But I definitely don't think that they should do like what they did right now this time around, and it was just like half a year before they change things. I think that's too much. Officially standard wealthy now. Damn, what'd you get? But all right, let's kind of look through some of these changes. I think a lot of the changes up here that they mentioned have been kind of touched before. But let's just kind of go through it, right? So this is like the area of corruption stuff we all saw in the video. Saw the corrupted Nexus stuff. Fracturing orbs, boss fights, tower maps. So this was something interesting, and I tried to figure out what this was. And I guess what this is like, so it says killing monsters required for map completion no longer has a chance to grant monster modifiers to the remaining rare monsters. So I didn't even know this was a case, but apparently rare monsters gave other rare monsters modifiers when you killed them. So instead, now they have increased chance of a rare monster to have 3 or 4 modifiers on maps, instead of basically having mods transferred to other monsters. When was that a thing? Did you guys know that this was a thing? Because I had no clue. This is also interesting, right? A checkpoint spawns when last available optional content in the map has been completed. So I'm guessing it's spawns on you, so you can always go back on it. I'm not entirely sure what that is either. I think it was the minion is more powerful mod. Maybe. I'm not sure. Temp most definitely got a mirror or two. Damn, congrats, dude. All this is just kind of like little small QOLs, but I do think that this change right here is really going to be impactful. Waystones can no longer drop at a lower tier than the map you're in, and waystones drop by final bosses. Map bosses will always be one tier higher than the map you're in. So like basically reducing the making the floor go up and also making the ceiling go up, which is kind of insane. Hopefully at this point, with all these changes, with like waystone changes, extra life changes, people aren't going to be complaining about like not being able to sustain waystones anymore. Because if you're not sustaining waystones with what they gave you right now, there's something wrong with you. That's all I'm going to say. And then you also have Doriani now that you can get more waystones from. So overall, waystone sustain should be completely fixed unless you're literally dying like 10 times in a map, which isn't possible. 6 times in a map, right? Which who the hell is going to die 6 times in a like a low tiered map? That is insane. And I didn't know this. I actually had this question for the longest time because I know in PoE 1 when you had an unidentified waystone and you used it, you got an increased quantity, but I didn't know if that happened in PoE 2. And I guess that was happening. But now instead of just quantity, they're just making it waystone drop chance if you run unidentified, which I mean, I don't know if it's ever worth running unID'd maps for the 30% waystone drop chance. It's just not enough for me. Especially because there's some stuff that's just like really annoying to run against. Recombination has been added, right? New tablet stuff. So tablet modifier that causes ritual favors in your maps so have 5%, 5-10% chance increase in omen. Now has values of 10 to 25. So that got buffed. Interesting. I guess that's the whole thing with like the less towers. They're going to buff all the tablets. Except for this Overseer, because they buffed the base chance in general. It's nothing compared to everything else. More waystone sustain is a good thing, I guess. Yeah, I mean, it's good for like new players, right? For like people who are playing the game as a veteran or whatever and playing endgame content, that really was never a problem. Honestly, we were always having too many maps and needed more room for it. So, yeah. Rarity a little bit nerfed. Quant is slightly nerfed as well. 3 quantas, lastly, all T15s. Yeah, exactly. Talent modifiers that gave breach in your map increased density now give 4 to 6 as opposed to 5 to 10. While breaches open faster, now has values of 3 to 5. It seems like they really focus on like nerfing breaches this patch. Because like clearly people were only running breaches. And I don't know of what it like how much this has to do with it, but I remember in the one of the last interviews they said that they could like reduce breach mob density by like 20% and players wouldn't even notice it because there would be just less errors. So I don't know if that's still within that range or if now it's like players going to actually notice the reduction of mobs and breaches. So we'll have to see that. Breaches fucked? We'll see. Because they did mention that thing where breaches were just having too many mobs and just throwing up errors. So it really didn't make too much of a difference if they reduced it or not. So we will see. Let's see here. All bosses are affected by difficulty and simulacrum. We're going to drop all their specific uniques at any difficulty. Okay, that's already in. We already know that. Oh, they spelled pinnacle wrong here, sir. Shame on you. And they had the experience thing, which is a really, really good change. Move Simulacrum to make it harder to start the encounter when trying to open stash. That's good. Yo, what's up, Jungle Knock? How am I doing? I am good. Thank you. How are you doing? Pose passions are really long and detailed. Yeah, they are. I mean, it makes them a lot more like, depending on the type of person you are, right? It can be a lot more fun or a lot less fun for you to read through. Ingenuity got double nerfed. Yeah, I saw that. I mean, it's funny because so last night when we were here talking about this, I forget who I was talking to, but they were like, okay, ingenuity is going to get brought down to about 50%, right? 50% is where it's going to go down to. And I said it's probably going to go down to 30. So technically both of us were right. But I said like, oh, it's probably going to be 30 and then go up to 40% with like corruption. So it's interesting that they also made it so that ingenuity is only for the left ring and the right ring. So basically what they're saying is like, yeah, that extra ring that you get from being a ritualist, this shit doesn't affect it. So that's interesting. I do think that for a ritualist, your ingenuity is probably still going to be the best choice because you are doing a lot of ring stuff. You think plus charms gonna do anything? Yeah. I mean, maybe the unique charms would be crazy. You never know. We'll see. It's nice that people have so much to look forward to. Yes. Agreed. Death after death ×2. Rituals ring slot cannot be affected by ingenuity. Yes, that is correct. But I think just like in general, because you do have the 25% increased effectiveness of your rings and amulets, having the ingenuity is still going to be better than running other stuff because it's going to keep scaling it upwards. You're going to want to try to scale, like make your rings as powerful as possible and just keep scaling it upwards, including using ingenuity. The crazy thing is like, not only is, and this is a little further down, not only is stat stacking as a gemling going to be nerfed from the Ascendancy, but also a big part of stat stacking was ingenuity combined with the breach rings, which both ingenuity and breach rings got nerfed. So just in general, stat stacking is just gonna be way like weaker in this one, in this league compared to last league. I'm happy about this change. The change to delirium encounters, reducing the fog. Thank goodness. Hopefully they keep addressing like the performance issues that Path of Exile 2 is giving people. Like they continue to optimize it more and more every patch. We'll see how that actually ends up being though. It's also interesting. A higher percentage of the total number of breach monsters spawned are spawned earlier in the encounter. So basically, like you're gonna start getting swarmed earlier, and as the breach opens up, it's like not as good. Which I'm not sure how I feel about that one. I feel like it might make breaches a little bit more boring because like one of the fun things about breaches is like there's like so many like sustained monster in clear, right? Grimfeast dead. Yeah, I haven't really looked too much into the uniques either, so I need to go look at that. Monk is weak because of no double heralds. I mean, it did make a lot of builds weak. A lot of builds are going to be weaker. Omens now always appear as ritual rewards. That is kind of cool. But the thing is, I feel like they're probably just going to give us all the bad omens, and it might just overload our inventories with omens. We'll see how it goes, though. There's some Atlas stuff, right? Asmirian Spirits, Rogue Exiles, so the Atlas passive tree added more notable passives, reworked some existing ones to make the available choices more interesting. Deadly Evolution has been replaced by a new keystone called Ecological Shift, which causes your maps to have 40% more chance to contain random extra content. I mean, I don't think anybody's going to take this. Less number of monster packs and more random extra content. Like, does that mean it's going to randomly spawn more expeditions in my map? Because that's going to be ass. Who likes doing expeditions? 40 Atlas points, which is going to be nice. Be able to juice our maps a little bit more. Crumbling Walls as a 10% chance for an additional breach, so nerfed by 5%. 3% nerfed by 2%, and 1% nerfed by 1%. So breach is just getting giga nerfed. Goes a Pong. Giga nerfed breaches. I think that's a theme throughout this entire thing. Less quantity of breach splinters, more breach nerfs. 30% more clasped hands, more breach nerfs. Great. So I think it's going to be a ritual meta next time. I mean, it was kind of a ritual meta already, but like I think it's going to be more of a ritual meta even more so. Random extra comment won't be ritual and breach exactly. I think more exiles and strong boxes. We'll see if it's exiles, Asmirian spirits. I think that's pretty good. Okay. All this is like general stuff, not really interesting. So characters are now required to be at least 25 to enter cruel areas and 50 to enter endgame. I think that's mostly for like people leeching, addressing like people getting boosted. And unarmed attack speed is now buffed. So that's kind of cool. I hope that they will have more support for like unarmed playstyle. Maybe eventually, maybe this patch they'll add like what are they called? Face breakers? That would be really cool. I'd be happy to see that. Freeze is also getting nerfed. Ailment threshold is you're gonna get affected by ailments a lot more, which is kind of pain. Makes it a little bit harder. Gonna go bleed build? Yeah, I think I'm gonna try a bleed build for my first build. I'm gonna do a bleed ritualist is my kind of thing that I want to do. And I don't know if you guys watched the Ziggy D Amazon skill or Huntress skill preview thing. That was really cool. Well, we can probably watch it later after we go through these patch notes. Modifiers stole from rare monsters have the effect just to be more appropriate. So they talked about that already. Cruel Candlemass, so HP got nerfed. Interesting. I didn't think HP was really a problem, but sure. Your Hex Blast. Bleed Ritualist 0 DPS again. No, it's gonna be good. I can see it. I can see it, guys. I can see it. Worn Sandals Trial of Sekua. Okay. Blocking a hit by raising your shield or parrying gives you a chance to avoid accumulating heavy stun. Okay. So less heavy stun stuff. This is all shield stuff. I don't think anybody's really interested in that. I'm gonna be honest. Apparently, like heavy stun is gonna like be more. It's gonna be tougher now. It's gonna be rough. So because heavy stun is now 3 seconds as opposed to 1, which I mean they talked about this during the thing where they're like, oh, you know, we found out that heavy stun really doesn't do much because by the time that you're finished with your heavy stun, the boss usually hasn't even attacked you yet. So we'll see how bad this is, but nobody was really even blocking anyways, like using active block anyways, so it doesn't really change too much. We can't see it. Don't worry, you'll see it. And this is a kind of a big nerf here. Critical weakness stacks now track individually rather than refreshing the duration of all stacks. So it's not going to be as easy as to upkeep critical weakness on bosses anymore. Luckily, what is it called? what is that ice move again called? Like Frost Orb or whatever, right? That is still like gonna get you 10 no matter, like, as long as you throw it out well and don't have super high projectile speed, that'll get you 10 every time anyway. So it doesn't make too much of a difference, but it just makes it a little bit more annoying to upkeep. Okay, a little bit nerfs to like charges, fully broken armor, so breaking armor and slight buff, I guess. And some minion stuff. Okay. Okay. Ascendancy changes. Now this is where we start getting to the juicy stuff, right? My League Star build entirely built around Hex Blast, and the things that nerf straight to the ground buried 20 feet under is crazy. I mean, we'll just have to come up with new League Starts, right? They added 25 new skills. I think we'll be fine. I think it'll be fine. Pin target that Light the Sun is a good buff to pin. I guess that kind of stops them from doing certain attacks, right? So that's pretty decent if you're running a pin build. So 50% more damage against heavy stunned enemies, previous 40. So slight Titan buff here. 25% chance for slam skills you cause aftershocks, previously 20%. A slight Titan buff. Which, I mean, I know some people are like pissed off that they didn't buff Titan and like Warriors more. But again, I don't think that the problem with Warriors was really like their ascendancies. I think the ascendancies were kind of fine. But like the problems really was the warrior tree. So we'll see if what they did to the warrior tree. What are you gonna play on Lich? Something new. Warcrawler's Bellow passive skill now causes war cries to explode corpses in an area as opposed to in your presence. This is a good change. That way you can scale radius, right? Turtle Charm now has 25% less block chance, previous 35, so a buff to Turtle Charm, which is nice. Encased in Jade's rework now consumes all stack to grant guard based off your maximum life for each Jade stack consumed. Like, is there a ceiling for this? How often can you do it? I don't know. My feeling is that this is probably going to be kind of useless regardless, unless you can kind of keep it up like close to 100%. And this is really cool, though. They gave the Ancestral Spirit the same thing that the Tactician thing got, where you get more accuracy for your minions and more damage for your minions as well, based off your stats. Yo, Doom Guy, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. They nerfed the only thing that Chayula Monk can do? Yup. I mean, let's be real. That was not fair. It was not good. They were going to nerf it regardless. It was guaranteed they were going to nerf it. But I wish they would have buffed Chayula Monk a little bit more. But we'll take a look at that in a bit. So they kind of buffed the Ancestral Spirit stuff, which I still don't know if it's enough for people to run it. I'm going to be honest. It got buffed, yeah, but I don't think it got buffed enough. We'll look at it in a bit, though. Hold my hands. Why would I want to do that? All right, Gemling. The enhanced effectiveness entity passenger now grants 20% less attributes. Ooh. That is a rough one right there. Let's take a look at it real quick to see what was it like before, and then what's the afterwards. Mercenary, right? And then you go Gemling. Which one is it? This one? Wait, which one is it? Which one is it called? Enhanced effectiveness. This one right here. Inherent bonuses from intelligence and strength are doubled. So basically, it's no longer doubled anymore. Oh, wait, no. It's still doubled, but your attributes are reduced by 20%. Got it. Okay. Ooh, that's pretty big right there. Cause like, what is it? What were people even running for their attributes, right? Like, I think an average gemling was probably running around like 600 or something like that, right? So you basically just take that and reduce it by 120-ish attributes. That's a lot, man. That's a lot. Yeah, 600. That's a lot of reduction. That's 120 attributes just gone, just like that. Woo. GG. I mean, I still think it's gonna be strong, but it's definitely nowhere nearly as strong as it was before. 800 Astroventus, and now it's gonna be even less with that. Rest in pepperonis. Integrated ascendancy ballista gemling. Integrated efficiency ascendancy passive swap position with gem studded. No longer provides +3. Instead, now causes skills to gain 20% damage per socketed red gem. I like this change, honestly. This is a good change. I think this is a slight buff because the +3 skill slots was pretty much never used for most people. So we swapped integrated with that with gem studded. Which one was gem studded? Oh, okay, this one. So they swapped these two. So gem this one is just like here. Okay, that's really nice actually. Putting that there is. Oh wait, no, it's up here. It's up here now. So that's a little bit harder to get to. But now that makes it so you have to take gem studded to get that, which is kind of ass. Gem studded is not that good. Charge Amazon with crossbow. I don't know since I never touched charging mechanic in PoE2. If you have existing ingenuity belt, does it change after patch? No. You will get to keep it. Your old ingenuities will all stay the same. That is now a grandfathered item, basically, is what they call it, I think. Or no, a legacy item. There we go. They call it a legacy item. Implant Ascendancy no longer applies +1 level wall skills, but you can choose between +2 to strength, dex, or int required skills. I mean, that has the potential to be stronger, but I think on average that's gonna be weaker. Overall, Gemling Legionnaire got kinda wrecked. They got kind of shreked. Let's open up this tier list again. I want to make a new tier list. Ah, shit. I mean, that's fine. So this is buffed, nerfed, or no, rebalanced / no change, and then nerfed. I want to do this, right? So I will say that both of these got buffed, right? Both warriors got buffed. And then we just went through Gemling, which is nerfed. I actually think we add row below and we do uber nerfed, right? Uber nerfed. And I would say that this probably got uber nerfed. It definitely got absolutely gutted. Like you see, Mug, we're going. We're gonna go through. We're gonna keep going through, right? I would say that Gemling Legionnaire kind of got uber nerfed or balanced. Okay, Witch Hunter, right? And we'll do the same thing. We'll do the same thing with buffed. We're gonna add one that's like add row below. We're gonna do uber buffed versus just buffed. And I don't think they got uber buffed. I'll be honest. Unfortunate. So they got pretty shafted. I don't think anybody so far has gotten uber buffed, unfortunately. I do think that Warbringer got buffed a little bit more than Titan, though. Witch Hunter. The No Mercy Ascendancy patch now allows you to deal up to 40% more damage based on their missing concentration. Previous 30, that's like nothing. Obsessive Ritual provides 35% less armor and evasion. Previous 50. Source reward, and the delay is reduced by 2 seconds at all gem levels. I mean, I never used Witch Hunter because it was frankly kind of ass. This doesn't look like any good change. This has a potential to be a little bit more of an impactful change, but I still don't think it's going to be anything crazy. So I'm gonna do like this actually. Slight buff. Spends more time coloring the tears and filling. Hey, it's gotta look good, all right? It's gotta look good. But yeah, I don't think it's anything crazy. So I think it's gonna see like a slight buffed. Honestly, I think that Titan is also slight buffed. I think Warbringer might be a little, I think that Warbringer got buffed a little bit more. I think that this Turtle Charm stuff is actually pretty nice. This, is like whatever. But I do think it's a little bit more than slight. I mean, we could still argue for it to be slight, but I just think it's a little slight buffed a little bit more. Deadeye. Thrilling Chase now provides when you consume Frenzy Charge, you count as having consumed twice as many. What was the old one for Deadeye? Benefits from consuming Frenzy Charms for your skills have a 50% chance to be doubled. When you consume Frenzy Charges, you count as having consumed twice as many. Okay, so basically, this is now every time you consume it, it doubles the effect as opposed to before, which was when you consume a Frenzy Charge, it has a 50% chance to be doubled the effects. So this is an overall, this is a buff. That's just a buff. That's a straight up buff. I don't even know if that's a slight buff. That sounds like a really good buff, actually. You also Puzzle Pickle. Going between Amazon or Tactician, which one do you guys think is better? So far, Amazon seems better. Can't wait for your insight on concoction rework. Feels like a nerf since it needed 5 charge for use. I saw when I was seeming through, it seemed to be even more than that. All right, Pathfinder. Running Assault Ascending passive now grants 50% less movement speed penalty from skill, previously 30. Location of this has been swapped with Relentless Pursuit. Which one's Relentless Pursuit? So, okay. So it's now over here, but it's more effective. Okay, cool. Connected chemistry has been removed. Enduring elixirs no longer as prerequisite. So I'm assuming, which one is that? Connected chemistry. This one. 50% more flash charges. Enduring elixirs now has no prerequisite. So, okay. So maybe this one is moved down here. Wait, we'll read more. Add a new multi-choice practical remedies Sendi's passive that provides the ability to allocate grounding stick, dousing vial, or thawing campfire, which provide immunity to shock, immunity to ignite, immunity to freeze, respectively. It sounds like these are all things that are ground effects, though, like in an area on the ground. So it doesn't sound like it's anything like, oh, you just get it as a buff. Add a new sustainable practice tendency skill, which provided 30% of evasion rating. Also grants elemental damage reduction. Requires practical remedies. Okay, interesting. So, I guess maybe... I think they're changing the shape of the tree, from what I can tell here. So it's a little bit hard to tell where everything's going to go to. Because it says Enduring Elixirs no longer has a prerequisite, so that makes me think that it's just a first node. So maybe these ones are connected to it, but it doesn't really necessarily say it, so we'll see. It's hard to say what this really got, to be honest. It just seems like it got reworked. So for now, we'll put this Pathfinder right here. Rebalanced, reworked. Yeah, the tree's kind of fucked. So we'll see how this is. But this isn't the final thing, because I know concoctions got fucked, or they got changed hard. So we'll probably revisit this later. Why do you need elemental damage reduction on an evasion-based character? I mean, you know, it's still good to not die when you get hit. I mean, if anything, they could have, it's just a bonus, right? Because they could have just said provide 30% evasion rating. Because sometimes you do end up getting hit, even when you're an evasion character. Acolyte of Chayula, Embrace the Darkness Ascendancy now provides 8 to maximum darkness, previously 5. I mean, I'm gonna be completely honest, I don't really know what this does, because I've never played Chayula before. And then Mana Leech is instant, now provides mana recovery based on other damage types. I'm gonna be, but like, here's the thing, right? We all knew Acolyte of Chayula was absolute trash. And the only thing it could do was Trial of Sekimas, basically. And it does not look like any major buff. So, if anything, it'll get a slight buff, but not really anything else. You got a slight buff. Protect Me from Harm Ascendancy now provides 50% less evasion as opposed to previously 40, so it's nerf. Now provides 1 spear for every 8 energy shield as opposed to previously 6, so that's a nerf. And then this is 20 evasion rating as opposed to 15, which is another nerf. The elemental expression skill granted by Scatter them to the Wind's Ascendancy now deals 40% more damage at all gem levels. That seems like a buff, but was the skill even used? Let's see. And Scatter them to the winds. Which one is that? Elemental expression. Trigger elemental expression on critical hit. Which one was elemental expression? Creates a fire explosion, arcing bolt of lightning, or icy wave projectiles. I see. I mean, this. I mean, that seems like a pretty decent buff, right? 20% more, 40% more damage at all levels. But I still don't think it's enough to outweigh these changes. So I will say that overall, it's still got a slight nerf. Oh, you can't scale level anymore? I see what you mean. So basically it doesn't scale anymore, which is interesting the way that they did that, like in the typing it here, because they usually give like a before and after with that. Invoker's Rim Feast, yeah, they have the overshield. That is very nice. But it did get a slight nerf, I'd say. I wouldn't say it's like a huge nerf. Actually, I don't know. I think we might even put it down there. There's an argument for that. Blood Mage. Blood Barb's Ascendancy no longer provides 10% damage gained at extra fizz. Now you have bleeding you inflict on cursed targets to be aggravated. I mean, that seems like a pretty good change if you're going up a bleed build. This was like a more overall everything, but now this is more of a specialized bleed class, which I don't think is a bad thing. I think Blood Mage should have a bleed archetype to it. That you can choose to do it. Cause of critical hits to ignore monster armor requires Sanguimancy. I thought Sanguimancy was required for everything. Wasn't everything required? Wasn't everything like Sanguimancy required for everything? I guess maybe it's just like the first one afterwards or something like that. So that's like it's a new node. I don't think that's a bad thing either. I think this got a pretty good buff. Yeah, I definitely need more clarification. But I think it got a pretty decent buff. Now, granted, right? This right here, 10% extra physical damage, it's much more of a flexible thing, but I think if you were going to play a bleed build, this is a very, very nice change. You could run some sort of like blasphemy build, right? A blasphemy setup with what is it called? The curse that makes armor reduction. You run that and then cause everything that you do, all the bleeds that you inflict, to be aggravated. Now, bleeds might be complete trash still, so it's hard to say exactly how much it got buffed, but I think that there seems to be enough stuff to make bleed a little bit better. So I think this will be pretty decent. I like it. Infernalist. So this one got really changed and reworked. So why do you need armor reduction? I mean, I guess that's true if you're running like this with that, right? If you're running it depends if you run this skill at all. Depends if you run this node at all. But yeah. Infernalist. So they made it so that it now has a cooldown of 15 seconds as opposed to 20 seconds, which is a buff. And now they've made a demon flame capped at 10. And you now lose a flat amount of life per second rather than a percentage of your maximum life. Which it basically makes it so you can't run low life anymore with this. And the only way you're really going to be upkeeping this is by actual like health regen, as opposed to like, oh, I'm gonna keep, or like maybe it's like damage recouped as life or something like that, mana, all that to you be able to continue to upkeep it. Now it's only a max of 10 now, but there is the one right here, Master Darkness, that gives it no maximum. So right now it really doesn't make sense the way that it's set up, because what people would usually do is you would go into this and not take this, because this was definitely a nerf. So I'm glad they flipped it. It's definitely shitty for like, you know, it's a nerf in general that they did this, but I'm glad they did it just because it made a lot more sense. So that's a slight nerf, but it makes sense. Seething body passive, while on high infernal flame, you and your allies gain 50% of fire damage as fire, which is a buff. But honestly, keeping high infernal flame is kind of hard to do. So I still think that this whole like keeping X level of infernal flame is still like not gonna be ever meta. Gritting Ascendancy passive now gives you 50% more critical damage bonus, which is a buff. Nice. Burns the most Ascendancy in the game, 500%. Pyromantic Pact passive now causes 50% of internal flame to be lost per second if none was gained. Honestly, this can be both a nerf and a buff, because I mean, I think this is actually a nerf. Is it a nerf or a buff? I think this is a nerf, because if you wanted to keep high infernal flame, now it's even harder to do that because you lose your infernal flame even faster. So that seems like a nerf to me. Bringer of Flame Ascendancy now causes all damage from your allies in your presence to contribute to ignite chance and magnitude instead of just while not on a low internal flame, which is a buff. They nerfed the doggo. Mega Sag. Yeah, doggo no longer shares damage from your hits, which is definitely sad. I mean, I think it was probably a little bit too powerful for one, like, you know, for a 1 point thing, but I think it was kind of necessary. But yeah, it's sad it got nerfed. Mana, small mana Ascendancy passives now provide 3% maximum mana as opposed to 4. After allocating this, you will always have at least one maximum infernal flame, which was basically, in the past, people did like this thing where they reduced their maximum mana by 100%, so they never had to worry about infernal flame like dealing damage to themselves, so you can't do that anymore. And now using blink while in demon form plays an appropriate animation as opposed to landing at blink. Overall, basically, if you're running non-demon form, you got buffed, because I think this is pretty good, right? If you're running a Ignite build, which nobody really ran, but maybe Ignite build will be better upcoming this one. This one got a buff. This one also got a buff, right? But most people ran Infernalist for this anyways, and this was a massive nerf. So I will say that Infernals got uber nerfed. That dog wasn't hurting anyone. It really wasn't. Maybe 5% or 10% would be better instead of straight up removing it. Yeah, I think part of it is also because they have that new support gem that they're like, that makes it so it basically does the same thing. I don't know. I do think that it was probably nerfed a little bit too much, because like the dog really doesn't do much. Let's be real. The dog just doesn't do that much. It doesn't do that much damage. You kind of really did get it to just for that. Well, one, because a lot of times you really had nothing else to grab, right? Because like what? You went for this build, right? You went like this way, and you probably went like Pyromantic Pact and like what is this one? This, right? And you're not going to grab this. You're also not going to grab that. So basically, you're pretty much forced to grab this. You kind of had no really good options, and that's kind of why you grabbed it. Now, for the new build, you're going to have to go all the way here, basically, for a demon form if you're going to run it. So you're only left with two, which I guess maybe you go here and you still go like... Well, there was a change where one of the things doesn't require Pyromantic Pact anymore. Yeah, this one no longer requires Pyromantic Pact. So you're probably going to go like here without grabbing it or something like that. Yeah, it was just for protection. Now it's kind of useless. But I also think that if your other passives weren't so bad, you probably wouldn't even grab the dog. I think like the problem is that most of these passives aren't that great. There's some really, really good ones, right? Like this is really, really good. Demon form is really, really good. And I think these ones are also really good, right? But like this was kind of underpowered. Not that underpowered actually. Yeah, I don't know. I think right now just there's really no reason to take the dog. It feels like there's no reason for you to take a dog anymore. You kind of like go, if you're going on this side of the tree, your last node would probably be like this one or this one. But that's only if you're running crit build, right? If you're not running crit build, then it's like, what are you running? I feel like they might have over nerfed the dog by not giving any sort of form of protection. So yeah, I think it got kind of uber nerfed as well. Unfortunately, my baby girl. But I think that for Magma Barrier also got uber nerfed, right? But just like purely my Magma Barrier build, it wasn't that bad. It wasn't that bad. We were fine. We're eating well still. Minions got touched the least, surprisingly. Sag Weaver. Chronomancer. Circular Heartbeat Ascendancy passive remove. Rapid River no longer has a prerequisite. Which one's Rapid River? This one. Recoup effects occur over 4 seconds instead. Interesting. Okay. Hourglass Ascendancy now grants every 10 seconds, gains 50% more craft speed for 5 seconds. Previously, 12 seconds for 4 seconds. So this is a pretty big buff. This is a pretty big buff right here. Not having it up 100% of the time does kind of suck. But yeah, maybe there's some stuff you could do with like buff durations. Added a new Flood of Echoes Ascendancy that'll grant the Unleash skill. Do we know what the Unleash skill is at all? This is a support gem, which is not the same, right? Do you see what they did do to Scepters? Not yet. Yeah, I don't know what it is, so we'll have to see. But I'm just going to go out on a whim because a lot of this stuff is just unknown for Chrono. I'll just say it's a slight buff, right? We'll say it's a slight buff. I'm assuming this is not going to be very useful. But yeah, we'll say it's got a slight buff. Okay, Sword Weaver. Woo! Force of Will passive grants 1% increase effect of Arcane Surge per 25 mana as opposed to 15. That's pretty big. That is pretty dang big. That's like almost like a 50% change. Scouring Wind's Ascendancy passive now cause exposure inflicted lower the resistance by 12 instead of 20. All right. Another almost 50% nerf. Twice strike. Strike twice. Ascendancy node passive now provides 50% less shock duration. It no longer provides that. Instead, it provides 25% less magnitude. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, God. This is bad. The mana, small mana ascendancy passive no longer provides 4%, now provides 12% in. Oh. Yeah. Ooh. 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 Straight down. Straight down to uber nerfed. Oh, no. Not like this. Weaver gets the own tier. It's bad. It's really bad. It's not good. Unplayable. I don't think it's unplayable. I think it's just not as crazy. I still think Storeweaver is probably still stronger than like let's say like Warbringer, Titan, or Warbringer. I think it's probably stronger than like Witch Hunter. Probably stronger than Chrono. Let's be real. And probably stronger, like about the same, maybe as Chonk. Probably stronger than Chonk. I mean, I still think it's pretty strong. It's still pretty good. I just think it was ridiculous. Have you seen what they did to mana? They did do a lot to mana. They reduced a lot of mana stuff. Yep, and Archmage. We'll see, right? We'll see. I still think that it's still going to be a strong ascendancy, but I just don't think it's going to be a crazy ascendancy. Don't worry, guys. I guarantee you guys, Stormweaver will still live on. It's just not. It's just going to be a below average class now. Still not Garbo. All right, passive skill tree changes. With the addition of Huntress, they added all this stuff, right? New Crimson Assault Keystone passive to the southeast of Ranger Huntress. Assault causes bleeding to be aggravated and base bleeding duration to be 1 second. That's weird. I mean, I'm sure you can still scale it beyond 1, but I feel like that's kind of rough. Stacker build's dead. I wouldn't say it's dead, but it's definitely a lot weaker. Trusted kinship. I mean, I think I'm just gonna wait for all of these changes to show like on the tree before anything else. "12 jewel sockets will be removed." Wow, that's kind of crazy. I mean, it depends on where they're being removed, but jewel sockets are so strong. Grim Feast is gone? Yes. Acrobatics now grants 75% less as opposed to 70, so nerf on evasion. Eldritch Battery passive now has additional property that doubles mana cost. Oh, God. So if you go Eldritch Battery, MOM, right? Now you have 50% less mana recovery on top of doubling all mana costs. Holy Jesus. Oh my God. That's rough. Ooh, they did some major nerf to mage builds, guys. Ooh, mages are not eating well. Mages are not eating well. Yeah, the defensive options are rough. You don't got Grim Feast anymore. You don't have Eldritch Battery, Eldritch Battery MOM as it's like way uber nerfed. You're also losing a lot of mana sources. Oh God. Ooh, no. This is active block has got to be better. All your minus resists are massively nerfed too. So it'll be a different game on Friday. Yeah, it's gonna be way harder. Though I'm sure at some point we'll probably learn the meta and like figure out how to do things, right? Giant's Blood Keystone Steel now has a triple attribute requirement of martial weapons. Previously only affected axes, maces, and swords, but was described as weapons. So basically, I mean, it's just wording changes from what I can tell. Let's see what it says right now. It says you can wield this, your attribute require triple attribute require weapons. Yeah, it's basically the same thing. This streamer won't play meta anyways. He has an inclination for Z DPS builds. Don't worry, everybody's gonna be Z DPS, so it's gonna be the same as me. A ton of deaths, yeah, very rippy. Oh wow, they buffed the cat like notable. The cat like agility. Interesting. Falcon technique now grants 1% increased attack speed for 25 as opposed to 15. Oh, okay, they nerfed Falcon technique. Interesting. I mean, I think Falcon technique was very strong. I don't know if it was OP, but it definitely was strong. Oh, I see. So they basically took this and they put it into here, kind of, in a way, in a sense. Heavy buffer notable increases grants 5% of damage taken bypass energy shield instead of 10% reduced maximum. Okay. It'll be more fun after the nerf. If they didn't do this, there will be 30% story, 30% gem lane first save league, 100%. And also 30% liches. Okay, three freeze threshold equals 50% of maximum energy as opposed to 100. That was definitely OP, so they definitely had needed to nerf that. Oh wow, look at this. Another thing that reduces the amount of mana that you get. Mana blessing notable. Where was mana blessing? I'm assuming it's up here somewhere, right? Oh, it's right here. Wow. So, geez, they are just nerfing mana all across the board. Master Fletching now provides 20% increase from quivers as opposed to 30. And then now the two are 6 instead of 10. While the two passive skills after provide 20% chance increase of nailing projectiles or 15% projectile. Wow, they're nerfing quivers too. So, I mean, I'm gonna be honest, this was probably way too strong. It's still probably still pretty dang strong, right? Let's see this. So they basically nerfed this by 10, 18%. It's pretty big. It's probably exactly. It's still probably broken because quivers are just so strong, but yeah, it was probably needed. They said new quiver nodes. Let's see. Notable passive now grants 30% increased armor break debuff instead of its previous effects. Passive now grants 7% attributes instead of previously 10. God damn. Dude, stat stackers are whoo. They're falling off a cliff right now. They are literally holding on to the life tube, hoping that somebody will save them. But you know what? Nobody's gonna save them. Same with mana stackers. It's over, guys. Oh, what? Spaghettification now grants 13 all instead of 7%. Oh, 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 it's bad, guys. It's bad. Stat stacking is, ooh. Oh, no. Oh. Split Earth passive now has a 10% chance for all Mace Strike skills to use to cost afterstrokes. Now it specifies the area. Got it. Um, Unhindered provides 12% reduced movement speed penalty from skills while moving, 3% 3. One of the slow effect on the small passive skills in the cluster has been updated by 8% movement speed penalty. Let's see, where is this one? Unhindered. 8% reduced slow potency. I see. So basically one of these is now 8% movement speed reduction. Okay. So wait, what? One of the slow effects on your small passive skill class. Okay. Got it. Got it. You can tell they were salty. You can no longer be light stunned. Okay. I mean, this is just a rebalance rather than anything, because like now your stun threshold is not doubled anymore, but you can't be light stunned anymore. Area effect of auras were nerfed. Clarify the wording of Iron Grip and Iron Will. All right. Skill changes. Look at Melting Maelstrom. Defense isn't skewed like originally. We'll see. We'll have to see. Many skills have had their damage and things change, and they're not going to mention all these. Okay, got it. Mana for attacks, marks, and war cries being reduced. I mean, that's a good change. That's definitely a good change. Adjusted minion damage and life scaling. General damage and life is still the same early game, but lower than before at higher levels. Interesting. So minions already got a nerf here. Just the target life threshold for skeletal arsonist, explosive demise skills, accordingly with life changes. Adjust the skeletal cleric heal to be, scaling accordingly. I don't know what that means. Is that a nerf or what? I didn't play schedule on all day. Bought all yesterday. I checked my Steam. I have 13 hours. Sheesh. They didn't touch armor much. Yeah, it seems like that's the case. Arc no longer deals more damage for each enemy. Oh, Arc nerf. I mean, you get more chains, but damage definitely nerfed. Get ready to see if people get hex blasted in the butt. You can't, bro. It's nerfed too much. Trample Toe not nerfed. Trample Toe was not nerfed in the sense that it didn't get nerfed to its abilities, but it can no longer proc off of like ice wall and stuff like that or whatever. So you can't use the one shot shit anymore. And Archmage right here, absolutely destroyed. 3% of all damage gain is lightning across the board as opposed to 6%. So 50% damage nerf across the board. Absolutely disgusting. Holy. Non-channeling spells now have an additional 6.1 to 6.7 to 6.1. Previously around 5%. Another real bad. And it stacks too, right? Because you have less mana now, so it's even worse. Quality now provides less reservation instead of gaining extra damage. It's over. Archmage is GG'd. This is a dead skill, guys. This is an absolute dead skill. Don't use Archmage anymore, guys. It sucks. 07. Armor Breaker has that armor break amount lowered by 20% at all gem levels. So another nerf for Armor Breaker, really. Artillery Ballista had base physical damage. Scaling now matches other totems. I don't exactly know what that means. Ancestral Warrior Totem now explicitly states that he wields a two-handed mace. Okay, interesting. Quality now up to 2 seconds before 4, so another nerf. Banner skills have a bigger aura, so a buff. Who cares about banner skills? That shit sucks. They changed how barrage works, which I don't know exactly how it's going to change things. I'm hoping that it'll buff it, but honestly, nobody really used barrage anyways. So it is what it is. Barrier Invocation, absolutely gutted, right? No longer can you use it to just spawn meteors like crazy. Barrage nerf got it. Bleeding Concoction now is 2% more magnitude bleeding inflicted, which is a buff. Blink is now a travel skill, which is a nerf because it shares cooldowns with other shit now. Wind Dancer screwed. Yeah, I saw that. Bone Blast now has 40% chance to inflict bleeding, so a buff. Bone Storm Shrapnel has become a similar mechanic to Impale from PoE 1. Impale an enemy, cause next attack hit against enemy to add physical damage equal to 30% of the physical damage dealt by the impaling hit. Bone Storm now impales and has more magnitude, which is, I think, is a good thing. Cast on minion death got nerfed, of course. Cast on shock also nerfed. Cluster grenades buffed, whatever. Combat Frenzy now has a chance to gain Frenzy Charge when you freeze, electrocute, or pin no more than once every 5 to 4 sessions. Previously, it was, oh wow, this is a huge nerf. Holy. Wow. Especially now with like the Huntress doing like some like Frenzy Charge shit. This is a big nerf. That is a big nerf. Concoction skills now require unarmed weapon set. They no longer deal your base unarmed damage, instead dealing only attack damage specified from the skill like marks. They consume 5 mana flasks instead of 3. I don't remember what the first change was to this. I feel like it used to be 5. And they reverted the buff. And now it needs to be unarmed. So no more Widow Hail, no more quivers. I don't know, guys. I feel like the concoction skills are dead again. I feel like concoction skills are absolutely dead again. I'm sorry. You are uber nerfed. Like, I don't care that they're buffing this by 200% more magnitude as opposed to 100. The fact that you lose everything from your weapon, your quiver, that sounds terrible. How does concoction work? So basically how concoction worked, right, in PoE 2 was they gutted everything but comment and cast on crit. I mean, yeah, cast on crit. I don't think I saw anything. Let me take a look at it in a little bit. But let's hop into the game and I'll show you a little bit about how the concoctions worked. And you'll see how bad it is. How bad it got changed. They want to use a combination of skills, work harder than money instead of spawning a single skill. I mean, I understand what they're thinking of and why they're making certain changes, but it's definitely a huge nerf. Like, it's no doubt a huge nerf. And we'll have to see how good / like how badly certain things were nerfed. Where the fuck did I put? Here it is. So basically what it was, right, was you had in the past when you ran concoction skills, you ran Widow Hail with a quiver. Widow Hail, what it did was if you get it up to 300%, you can get up to 300% increased bonus from a quick quiver. And that would make it so that all these things, right, increased projectile speed, increased level of projectile skills, attack speed, all these things would buff your conch by like a crazy amount. So it made conchs super strong because of that. But now you cannot use Widow Hail, and as a result, you can't use this either. You see how much slower I'm attacking? Like, look at my DPS. Just look at it real quick, right? We take our Peacock from 30 million DPS down to 7k DPS. Or sorry, so 30k DPS down to 7k DPS. That's how big concoctions got nerfed. And on top of that, it's going to use more flasks. Concoction is only unarmed. That's what it seems like. You see right here? Concoction skills will now require an unarmed weapon set. Now, here's the thing, right? They did say they're no longer dealing your base unarmed damage, instead dealing the damage specified from the skill, right? So maybe they could make up for that by making the skill itself stronger, but I doubt they'll make it nearly as strong as what it is right now. So it's rough. It's rough. I think concoctions are kind of dead right now. They're also nerfing connective, like all the curses as well, which kind of sucks. You can't use different bows with concoctions. No, because it has to be unarmed right here. Unarmed weapon set. Not my cock. Yeah, it's sad. It's going back to where it was in the fucking ground. Cold snap buff, curse skills, another curse nerf, more of a delay, interesting. Dark effigy, also nerfed. I don't know why it got nerfed, but it got nerfed. I mean, granted, this is a buff, right? The impact radius thing is a buff, but the crit chance lowered is a nerf, and the withered thing is also a nerf. Well, actually, it's going to be a buff because this never worked. This was bugged before. So if they fix it, it's a buff. But still, Dark Effigies got nerfed. Concoct already hit like 2 months ago? Yeah, with the bow skills. Yeah, Decompose nerf, man. This is the rest in pepperonis. So many people built their builds off of Decompose boots, the corpse weight boots, and now it's done. It's GG'd. I mean, I still think it's gonna be decent, but it's definitely nowhere nearly as strong as it is. It's got a 50% nerf. Kind of crazy. Despair nerf. Detonate Dead also nerf. So all these things that are like scaling off of enemy life, also, they just got nerfed across the board. Detonate Dead now no longer, like before it was 20% of their maximum life at all levels. Now it scales. And it scales up to only 11%-ish as opposed to 20. Just weaker across the board. But it does give you a little bit more fire damage, but only at the low end. The high end, it's still a nerf. So Detonate Dead also nerfed. Who's this guy on the corner? Get out of my VTuber channel. I'm sorry. It is what it is, Jukwall. You got to deal with my ugly face 364 days of the year. But yeah, Detonate Dead, Decompose. Ooh, big nerf. Slight buff to detonating arrow. Okay, would be. Direct minions at a 0.5 second cooldown. I don't know why they made this change. Detonate Dead might still be OP. I mean, I think it might still be decent because Detonate Dead was just that strong before. I mean, same with Decompose, right? Corpse Blades, they could still be decently strong. I think they're probably still going to be decently strong. It's just that they're not going to be ridiculously OP. Yo, so Jenna, my kawaii face is back. I don't have a kawaii face. I definitely think my VTuber had a very much more of a kawaii face. Minions have less health for Detonate Dead too, yeah. I mean, I still think it's going to be strong. I'm going to be honest. Detonate Dead is always like pretty dang strong. How am I doing? Good. We're just going over some of these big changes in PoE. How are you doing? Yeah, it still might be decent. It still might be decent. We'll see. We'll have to see it in practice. Elemental Invocation now gains 10 energy per power of enemies that you freeze from hits from skills. Previously 10. This looks like a typo, but I'm assuming it's a nerf because this was a nerf across the board, right? This went from 3 to 2 and 3 to 1. So this is probably going to be a nerf here. Elemental Invocation is GG'd. Escape Shot. Okay, who used that anyways? Explosive Concoction, slight buff, but again, the big nerfs to Concoction skills basically just outweighs every one of these changes. Yo, what's this Pokemon? Any Loa changes, guys? I saw there was a roadmap today. It didn't look amazing. Let's see. Eye of Winter. I'm surprised they did not nerf Eye of Winter. They not only didn't nerf it, they also buffed it. Now, they buffed the damage part, which, you know, who cares? Nobody uses it for damage. But the fact that they didn't nerf it is kind of crazy. They did do a slight, like, indirect nerf with the elemental critical weakness changes, but still, it's still ridiculously strong. Comment, Sam. Explosive Grenade nerf. Yeah. I mean, they're trying to change how you use it, right? They don't want it to be a skill that you use too often, but it does more stuff when you use it. But it doesn't do more damage, is the kind of the crazy thing. Yes, they did change Meat Shield. Fireball no longer bypasses Raging Spirit. Okay, kind of a nerf. Nerf here. Nerf to Firestorms. Improved bolts. Flame Blast. Oh my god, I saw this one. I was like, what the heck? So now Flame Blast is no longer a spammable skill. It has a cooldown. Now has 75% more damage per stage. Previously 200%. So did they nerf the damage of it too? So they made it had a cooldown and also nerfed the damage. What? That makes no sense. Falling Thunder by skill got buffed. Yeah, no, this is ridiculous. People didn't really even use Flame Blast before. Now they're never using it. This is garbage. Flame Wall now allows projectiles to pass through the wall, dealing 33 to 48, as opposed to previously. Okay, so Flame Wall nerfs. Flammability. Okay, so more curse stuff. Flash Grenade has more stun buildup. Big, guys. Big. Flash Grenade. W. More area. It has more area, but you only use it once every 15 seconds. It does Z DPS. Everyone they read this shit, they nerfed the fire skills that people didn't even touch. Yeah, maybe fire skill, maybe Ignite is just gonna go to the moon. You know, maybe Ignite's going to the moon. Fragmentation rounds, base explosion radius now at 1.8, so crossbow buff. Freezing Shard fires 5 projectiles and has 100% more freeze buildup. So less projectiles but more freeze buildup. Scales freeze buildup on freezing salvo. Frost Bomb now has a pulse and explosion radius. Yeah, they buff Frost Bomb. I mean, I'm gonna be honest, I don't think any of these are being used. I mean, Freezing Salvo is used, right? It's used to level up, but Frost Bomb's not really gonna be used. I mean, it does apply cold exposure, which isn't bad. Like, this is a buff to the cold exposure stuff, which isn't bad. Maybe it'll be used as a secondary skill, who knows. Frostball now has a cooldown of 5 seconds, so Frostball nerf. Frozen Locust now deals 8 to 9 base quarterstaff cold damage at 1, unchanged, scaling up to 141 and 212. So buff. Damage past 20 has been adjusted. Exposure radius now 2.4 meters. Interesting. Frozen Locust buff. Frostball is used in races? Yes, that is true. Galvanic shards now converts 60% of physical damage to lightning damage, previously 40. Gas arrow, gas grenades decompose, now have a limit of 6 poison clouds. Ooh. That decompose one's a kind of big, I feel. The other one's not as big, but decompose. I mean, gas grenade is also kind of big. I don't think you really had that many gas clouds with gas arrow at once anyways, but I think decompose is probably the biggest nerf here. Glacial bolt walls last 8 seconds. Glacial cascade quality now increases physical damage of cold, as opposed to class attack speed. I think that's pretty good. And ooh, and you shoot 6 projectiles max at once and the insect explodes, so it ain't bad. Grim Feast. That's an 07 moment right there. That's an 07 moment. Goodbye, Grim Feast. You were the strongest warrior on the field, but unfortunately, you were taken down. You were taken down by the powers greater than all of us. Meditate on top. I mean, this is a huge change. This was the single thing that I think was keeping ES at the top. I think without Grim Feast, ES is probably in line with other stuff. It's in line with armor and it's in line with evasion. I'm not going to say it's underpowered, but it's definitely, I think it's balanced now. It's not a nerf, it's delete. No, I'm saying ES. I'm not saying if Grim Feast got nerfed. I'm saying ES got nerfed. But yes, it is dead. It's over. Armor buffs? I don't know. I haven't read through all of it. Now I'm gonna die in maps. I think with this, you probably can no longer do just ES. Like you probably can't just play ES, and you'll probably have to play like ES plus like evasion, ES plus armor. You can't just sit on like only ES. That's my guess, because I don't think you're gonna be able to scale ES high enough. I might be wrong. I mean, you can still scale ES pretty high. Like, I think, like, my character had, like, 10k ES or something like that, which was not bad. Cat sacrifice ES for DPS. Yes, that is also true. You kind of have to, like, put a good amount of nodes in your ES tree now. Hammer of the Gods no longer has a cooldown, but requires 20 glory to use. Glory is a resource to build up by heavy stunning. So basically, unless you're heavy stunning enemies, you're not going to be able to use Hammer of the Gods, which also probably means you're only using one Hammer of a God per fight, which isn't a problem later in the game, but early in the game, I feel like that's kind of an issue. It's definitely 07 to Hammer of the Gods for, like, leveling. But later on, like, you're probably not even heavy stunning monsters that much anyways, so, like, because you're probably killing them before that happens. So we'll see what happens. I feel like Hammer of the Gods kind of got gutted hard. Yeah, Big Boss is gonna be hard. Like, because you don't get to build up heavy stun before you go into it. So you have to heavy stun a boss before you can hit the Hammer of the Gods. I mean, it kind of goes along with it, like, oh, I don't want you to one-shot the boss right off the bat. But damn, dude. Ooh, Hammer of the Gods. Big nerf. And then Herald skills with attacks now properly states their hits cannot be evaded. Okay. Herald of Ash explosion radius 1.2. That's not bad. Herald of Ash quality now provides an additional 5% of overkill damage. I mean, that's a good change. It's a buff, but I still don't think it's enough to make Herald of Ash good. Or is he getting buffs? I think it's decent. I mean, I think that the buff is decent, but like I just don't think it's gonna be that crazy. Like if you think about it this way, right? Look at this, right? Trample Toe was 30% of overall overkill damage within 2 meters. Okay. Herald of Ash is, what is it? Overkill explosion ignites enemies based on the overkill damage, right? So Herald of Ash is 20% overkill or something like that, right? And then it gets an extra point, extra 5, so it's 25%. And it's in a smaller radius. Travel Toe is still infinitely better than Herald of Ash, and it's not a damage over time either. It just instantly happens. So, like, Herald of Ash did get buffed, but I still don't think it's enough. Travel Toe take a slot? Yes, but in my experience using Herald of Ash, it just doesn't do enough damage quickly enough. And the other thing is that Trample Toe can proc off of itself. Trample Toe can proc off of itself, whereas Herald of Ash cannot. So, like, in terms of actual, like, clear, Herald of Ash is, like, not good. Because Trample Toe can, like, overkill and then proc another Trample Toe overkill, right? Whereas Herald of Ash, it doesn't do that because the ignite damage never overkills. So it's, we'll have to see, right? But I just don't think it's enough. Notes aren't finished. Keep reading. I don't know. People say that Trample didn't get touched, but we'll see. Herald of Ice Explosion, nerfed, right? Herald of Plague, okay. Nothing really happened. I really wish they buffed the radius on this one. Like, I wish they gave it more of a Herald of Ash treatment. Would have been nice. Hex Blast, major nerf. Like, I don't know why they did this. Like, on top of only being able to detonate curses with 50% of the duration expired. Oh, actually, that is the same thing. Like, basically means that you cannot use Hex Blast with Blasphemy anymore. And now you can only get 3 maximum explosions as opposed to 9. And this got uber nerfed. Herald of Ash will still be the best Herald. I don't know. Herald of Blood seems kind of sick. I'm not going to lie. Herald of Blood with bleed builds, that looks pretty pog. Hex Blast damage lowered as well. Wow. Ice crystals created by Glacial Bolt and Frostwall now have lowered life scaling past 20. Their scaling is unchanged. Ice Shard Explosion now 1.4. Okay. Has a maximum of 16 shards. Okay, so more crossbow buffs. Travel skill nerf, aka blink nerf. Ball lightning. Okay. Okay. I don't understand this one. Why would they do this? Incinerate was trash, and now has less duration. I'm assuming, yeah, it's not gonna scale the damage. Like, why? It was trash. It's all bad. It's so garbage. Okay, Leaf Slam more stun build up. Like, well, yeah, we'll just see what ends up happening, but man, Lightning conduit now performs extra lightning bolts. Okay. Bolts are distributed amongst the skill area, but can hit the same target multiple times if few enough targets are hit. Lightning bolt now has 2% more chance to shock. Conduit has 20% more damage with hits per 5% shock effect. So lightning bolt, lightning conduit buff. Lightning rod arrow now to spirit after being chained. Ooh, lightning rod nerf. Rest in pepperonis. Rest in pepperonis. Arrows now take 1 second to charge up before releasing a lightning burst too. Ooh. Isn't it a buff? No, because so for ailments, right? It's a little bit different. Like faster, like ailments doing their damage faster is different than ailments having their ignite duration reduced. Because what ends up happening is, let's say, so you have something that does 100 damage over 10 seconds, right? So that is going to be what is it? 10 DPS, so 10 damage per second, right? Well, let's say you have something that let's say you reduce this to 5 seconds, right? You're also not reducing sorry. We gotta change this up. So let's say your ignite, right? How ailments and ignites are calculated is by DPS. So you're gonna say, okay, my ignite does 10 damage per second over 10 seconds. So that does a total of 100 damage. Now, you're not changing the DPS value, but you're changing the duration. So now, instead of doing 100 damage, you're only doing 50 damage. So that's kind of how it works. And why reducing duration is reducing the amount of damage that you do. Yeah. And with 25% less, it's 75 day, yeah. No, so basically, right, you see the duration before was wait. Oh. Wait. Hold up. Let me see what incinerate actually does. I see what you mean. So let's see here. No. Let's see. I see. So 50% less ignite duration was a okay. Never mind. That was a buff for incinerate. You're right. I misread it. So that is an incinerate buff. That's good. I'm glad that happened. But this lightning rod change, ooh, that's kind of rough. This basically makes it so that you can no longer do like the cast on shock, cast on crit, and then like the lightning orb build. Because if it takes 1 second to charge up, then the lightning orbs will probably have passed it by the time that happens. Unless you're shooting pretty far away. Lightning warp no longer creates shock ground. I don't know why they're changing this. And oh, my baby boy, my magma barrier, it's over. $234, $351 down to $151 to $226. You can use fast forward and lightning rod. It depends on what that changes. Because I don't think that this is going to be an actual thing that gets increased by fast forward. I think this is more of an internal cooldown, at least from what I can tell. That doesn't get changed by fast forward. More scaling for armor? Yes, but it's not that much. Like this amount I don't think is enough to make up for this damage. Because it's still scaled off of armor previously. And also the nice thing before was that you could run it with a non-armor shield and you could still do like a super high amount of damage. I mean, we'll see. But then also we have this, right? We basically have 100%, almost 100% damage nerf. It's just nerfs across the board. And also, my assumption is they're going to fix the offhand crit scaling of Magma Barrier or of shields. So we'll have to see. I just think it's going to be, it's kind of, it's a little bit rough. It's going to be a little bit rough. I'm definitely going to be trying to make another Magma Barrier build, though, this upcoming season. We'll see how it goes. Magnetic Salvo got buffed. Mana Tempest, okay, so some changes there. Chayula Monk got a little bit buffed, nice. Malice Surprise critical weakness every 0.52 seconds, still going to be useless. Molten Blast buff, ooh, doubled the attack speed. That's kind of crazy. Because Molten Blast was already really strong, so this could be pretty interesting. Pain Offering buff, I guess? At the high end? This is a big nerf right here. Perfect Strike. Not always igniting. That's a huge nerf to Perfect Strike. Holy crap. Okay. Okay. Peacock. And Peacock is now physical instead of chaos damage. I feel like that's a buff, honestly. I feel like that's a buff. Because it was harder to scale chaos damage as opposed to physical anyways. Profane Ritual, hopefully they fix it. Raging Spirits, nerfed. Okay, Rain of Arrows, Ripwire Ballista. Rolling Slam got a slight buff. 1 second total attack time. That's not bad. Sacrifice now is minion revives 66% more slowly. Oof, that's kind of rough. Seismic Cry, Shard Scavenger, Shattering Concoction, Shield Wall. Segment life past level 20 now matches that of ice crystals from frost walls, for example. There's a reduction in total life. Explosion radius now 4 meters as opposed to 3. Big Knowledge, Slaughter, Detonate Dead. Yup. Seismic Cry nerf. It's a slight nerf. It's a slight nerf. It's not that bad. More Skeletal Arsonist nerfs. Oh, this is a big one. More Detonate Dead nerfs, basically. Oh, God. Detonate Dead is struggling, boys. Detonate Dead is... Ooh. I don't know, man. With all these nerfs, I really feel like it might be dead. I feel like it might be... It might have detonated itself to death. Path of Nerfile. Skeletalmation now chain count now scales over minion level. Okay, that's not bad. Okay, they're getting rid of Skeletal Warrior. Interesting. Probably make a 1 million DPS build at best. Soul Offering got buffed. Ooh, major spark nerfs. 4 to 9 projectiles as opposed to 6 to 14. Holy. Spark is absolutely dead. I mean, I don't know if it's dead, but it's definitely a lot weaker. Quality now provides projectile speed instead of projectile. Oh, God. I mean, yeah. It's looking pretty rough. I don't think it's dead, I'm going to be honest, but it's definitely way worse. Spark is dead? I don't know. I think it'll still find a way to survive. Dead for bossing? Yeah, definitely. Hex Blast Lich for looking at impending Doom Spark. Maybe Spark cast on crit. Yeah, Hex Blast is kind of gone. Spiral Volley buffs. Sunder as attack time. Okay. Stampede quality. Storm Blast bolts. Okay. Ooh, Tempest Bell was a big one. So now you need 10 combo as opposed to 4. And it no longer does more damage for elemental, but it increases physical damage. 6% of physical damage converted to corresponding damage type of elemental ailment. Yeah, kind of a big nerf here. Also, damage got nerfed here too, and now you can only trigger Shockwave every 250 milliseconds. And then now the bells are shared. Soul Offering's a Giga nerf. Oh, really? Soul Offering now grants 55 to 77 increased spell damage at this rather than... Oh, it's an increase as opposed to more. Oh, yeah, that's a big Giga nerf. That's a Giga nerf. They want 20-second Arbiter fights. On-kill effects of Herald skills could no longer cause other Herald skills. Ooh. Yeah, that's ooh. I mean, I'm gonna be honest, right? It really was just the direction that they chose to go in because this is now in line with other Heralds. Like Ignite no longer, or Herald of Ash no longer can trigger, like it never was able to trigger other stuff, right? And you could never overkill into overkill. I mean, I'll be honest, unless they do something to change Trample Toe might be the best Herald. Game doesn't suck, no. It's just a lot of changes. Just a lot of changes, a lot of nerfs. Toxic Growth nerfs, okay. Unearth Bone Construct buffs. Vaulting Impact buffed. Vine Arrow nerfs. 1 plant limit. Ooh. Ooh. That's rough. Oh, boy. Okay. We'll take Grenade. Wave of Frost. Ooh, Wind Dancer. 10% more evasion as opposed to up to 19%. Gale Force does more damage now, though. Gale Force does more damage now. Wind Dancer stages are now consumed by being hit by an enemy rather than a melee. Oh, that's a big nerf right there, too. Herald Chain was the reason the game got boring for you? Yeah. I mean, I think it's a necessary nerf, too. They nerfed stuff that you didn't even know existed. Yeah, they're all for the health of the game. All this stuff was way overtuned. Most of this stuff was way overtuned, let's just say. Not all of it. Most of it. Withering Presence, still nobody's going to use it. Okay. The Radius stuff got nerfed. Purity Auras from Scepters are applied to players now. The spread of grenade skills with more than one projectile has been reduced by 40%. That's pretty good. Releasing Raise Shield immediately after blocking a skill now performs Shield Bash. I wonder if that'll be strong enough to like actually do damage with and like make a build off of. Now you can't like link Raise Shield to anything, but I wonder if that also applies to Resonating Shield. Witch Hunter. Also said, how are the patches looking? Lots of nerfs. Was waiting for the MTX to make it more juicy. When's the patch went live? On the 4th. So Friday. Witch Hunter is sleeper OP. Okay. So we got through the skill changes. Now we got to go through the support changes. Astral Projection causes supported skills at 25% less area effect. So buff there. Brutality nerfed. Burning Inscription. I don't know why they increased the Callus multiplier here. Burning Inscription fucking sucked ass anyways. It still sucks ass. Cannibalism now nerfed by 50%. Capacitator 130%. Close combat 120. So there's a buff here. Considered casting got a slight nerf. Controlled destruction and extraction just made it so that they're better with like what you can do with it, because this was never working in the past anyways. They fixed some problems. Crescendo now is 120%. Culmination does 3% more per combo, previously 2. Now you lose combo if you generate no combo for 4 seconds, so a buff, but who uses combo skills like that anyways? Exploit weakness now causes supported skills to consume fully broken armor 40%. So nerf for exploit weakness? Interesting. You're a combo gamer now. Feeding Frenzy, Meat Shield can no longer support minions, which are undamageable. Fist of War, okay. Hourglass nerfs, interesting. Okay, Magnified Effect nerfs. Oof. Meat Shield nerf. Rest in pepperonis. I mean, this is nerf for like detonate dead and stuff. I think overall, I don't know how much the less damage like comes out to in terms like minion builds. Is it better or worse? I don't even know. I mean, I just don't understand how Witch Hunter works. I've never played Witch Hunter before, so I don't know how the changes really affect it. 35% less damage is strictly better than 50% HP. Got it. It's definitely it's worse for detonate dead builds and stuff like that. Like builds that scale off a minion max HP. I mean, it just sounds like all the stuff that's like scaling off a minion max HP is just getting nerfed to the ground. Which means my what is it called? My minion instability build is also nerfed. No! My skeletal brute, my righteous fire skeletal brutes is gone. It's dead. Those are Astrovis. Do you decide which class you'll start with? I'm probably gonna do a huntress, a ritualist, and we're gonna do a bleed build. It went from trash to golden trash. Congrats. Let's see. Overcharge potential now. Sports skills. Da, da, da. Ooh, God. Why would they do that, man? I think most people tried to not use Scattershot with their skills anyways, and now you nerf it even more? Like, were there many endgame builds that even use Scattershot with their skills? Because I feel like most people tried to avoid that shit. Minions, arrows mostly. For me personally, I always try to avoid scattershot whenever I could. Frost mages, okay. So I guess it's more of a minion thing, I guess. I never played minion, so they should have just made it less effective for minions. Come on, man. Come on. Don't nerf my other skills. Scattershot already feels like not having multiple projectiles sucks. Not limited minions. I don't know what other builds where Scattershot was actually like core in it, other than maybe like Ember Fusillade. My Peacock, okay. But I mean, if I, yeah, Peacock, okay. What else? I mean, Conk is dead. Conk is dead. Lightning Rod, Scattershot. Yeah, they're definitely I just hate that like when people are using the skill for actual damage. The thing is, right? Like for Lightning Rod, Scattershot, that didn't really. I don't think that really affected it too much, right? I don't know. Uh, Grenades. I mean, I guess maybe because grenades might be getting a little stronger, they gotta nerf it. We'll see. I just don't like that. I just felt like Scattershot was already really weak for the builds that I used. I wanted to use it on. It's a new game. It is. All right. Next, unique item changes. Woo! Against Darkness, unique jewel. Okay, Against Darkness got nerfed. Beautiful. Existing items can be made worse with a Divine Orb. All right, guys, go use your Divine Orbs on your Against Darkness jewels, guys. Let's see. Against Darkness Jewel no longer causes a small passive radius to grant 1% life or increased mana. So they cause passives to grant 8. Oh, that's rough. That's rough. Acermentus now is 500 100 as opposed to 800 100. So not really that big of a change in the sense that the ceiling didn't get changed, but it just makes it so it's harder to get a good Acermentus now. That's why you're wealthy now. At series sustain, 10% damage taken bypasses energy shield as opposed to 20 to 25. I mean, that part's a buff. And 60 to 100 mana. Oh, that's a buff. Now gain 10 to. Oh, that's a big nerf. Yeah, the new one's not good. The new one is not as good. Oh. Did they kill attribute stacking yet? Yes, it is dead. I mean, it's way worse. It's way worse. It's still viable? Yeah, it's still viable. It's still viable. Bypass is a nerf? Why is it a nerf? Bypass for Lich? Well, Lich doesn't even get anything bypassed anyways, right? So it didn't really matter what the number is there. Acquire the Sword Amulet once again triggers Lightning Bolt. Previously greater Lightning Bolt. Okay, nerf there. When you bypass is effective damage mitigation because life doesn't change. Yeah, I mean, I guess so. You're right. You're right. That is a nerf to Lich. That is a nerf to Lich. I mean, overall, this is just a big nerf to Lich, anyways, right? This in its own is just like a big nerf to Lich. In most cases, it's a buff. For Lich, this part right here, in most cases, is a buff. For Lich, it's just a nerf. Dream Fragment Ring now provides 10% increased mana as opposed. Oh, another nerf right there. Rest in pepperonis. Everlasting Gaze now causes you to gain 4 to 6% maximum mana as extra energy shield. Previously, oh my god, that's a huge nerf. Holy. Wow. They give you a little bit more energy regeneration and a little bit maximum. Oh my, wow, that is rough. Did I skip Choir? No, Choir's right here. I mean, you got a nerf. You got a pretty big nerf. But I think that's just reverting it back to its original state, basically. You still have 25% damage mitigation. Yeah, but it's still a nerf though for Lich, but for the other ones is a buff. Yeah, they killed this Kappa. They definitely killed this Kappa. I have Chayula no longer provides stun threshold. Now it provides Canopy light stun. Oh, it's the same thing that they did with the other ones. I'm not sure how much I like this. I feel like this kind of ruins a lot of like stuff, and like you're now like active blocking is way weaker because of this stuff. Fireflower grants less rarity. Ghost Writhe now provides 25% maximum life as opposed to 50. Ooh. Even for the others, nerf. Well, yeah, the overall is a nerf, right? Overall, it's a nerf. This part is a buff, though. This part is a buff, but the overall is a nerf for other classes. Good for Simulacrum because Light Stun is the most dangerous part of Simulacrum. I mean, in its essence, yes. But like, if you had high stun threshold, you probably weren't really getting light stunned anyways. Hoa. Ooh, a 50% nerf to that. Now provides 1% attack speed for 20 dexterity as opposed to 3 for 25. Oh. Yeah. I mean, Hoa is still strong. It's at least still strong, but it's definitely a lot weaker. This unit also found on the new Spiral Wraps base. Interesting. So just adding a new base type. I wonder why. Ingenuity is now 30%, which is the exact number that I guessed yesterday. But I think that Ingenuity is no longer BIS. Probably. I don't know. It depends on how strong the other belts are. But I do think that Ritualists will probably still want to use it, is my guess. Because Ritualists by themselves get 25%, right? And if you add on top of that, that's still like, what is it, 55% effectiveness? Granted, you have a ring that it doesn't work for, but I still think like as a Ritualist, you're probably going to try to min-max your rings regardless because you do have that 25% chance to start off with. So because you're putting a focus on your rings, like the more increases to your rings, the better. That's kind of the feeling that I'm getting. Like, because you're going to want to stack the good stats on your ring, you're probably going to put like a bunch of investment on your rings to be really good so that you benefit more from the 25% from your ascendancy, and then getting the ingenuity being pretty good is also going to be increasing the effectiveness of those things even more so. Yeah, it's 2 rolls, which is definitely harder. It's definitely harder. Last Flame. Damage cannot be absorbed. Sorcery effects include Guard, Encased Jade, Sorcery Ward. Huh. What does Last Flame do again? I see. I see. That's what they did. I see. I see. So they make it so that you can't like use that shit to. I see. So you can't use it to prevent the damage. So you really just have to get like a straight up like hitless run to actually be able to go through it. Mahu now has 100% increase from socket. Oh. Ooh, big Mahu nerfs. What is Everlasting Sacrifice? Huh. How much did they got? The Archmage? It's dead. It's dead. No, I think that there's no such thing as Everlasting Archive, Everlasting Sacrifice in PoE 2. So basically, they added this to PoE 2. When you reach full energy shield, sacrifice all energy shield to gain 5% maximum resistances for 4 seconds. So they added that to this now. Melting Maelstrom unique flask no longer the property of recover all mana when used. Ooh, that is rough. Because right now, what does it do, right? Ooh. Ooh. Yeah, it's kind of rough. It could be a different effect. Yeah, it could be a different effect for sure. It could be a different effect. Moriar now generates 3 random as opposed to 2. Okay. Is that a good thing? Because it always came with this one. Which, I mean, I think for certain aspects, you could argue that this is good. In certain ways, you can argue that this is like not having to roll. This is kind of good. Because some builds just don't care about survivability at all. And all this gives you is survivability. So it's bad. What are the other lines, right? What are the other lines? Because now it says 2? No, I don't think it says 2. It just generates 3 random modifiers. So basically now you could do like a, depending on what you're doing, right? You get like spirit, res, and I don't know, like maximum mana, right? And it just be like an uber like offensive chest. Oh, it says the falling can no longer roll. You can't get that. You can't get the rarity. You can't get increased attributes. You can't. Oh, ooh. Ooh, yeah. Okay, okay. Okay, yeah. There's ooh. Yeah. Now with this stuff, it's definitely dead. Yeah, they're weaker when you get 3, exactly. It's definitely not great. It's definitely not great. It's weaker when you get 3 stats. Like maybe certain niche builds would want to use it. I don't know. Like if you get like this, right? You get 10 spirit, 7 all res, And what's the last one you could get? What is even left? That's good. Well, they added 7 random per socket rune or soul core modifiers. So they can add some other stuff that's pretty good, right? Yeah, they can add some seven other stuff. So, I think it's still a little bit too early to say that's definitely weaker. I think if the new stuff they added, like add some good stuff, it could actually get stronger. 5 red setup. It's hard to get a better one, yes, because you now have ranges as opposed to before it was fixed. Oh wow, huge nerf to Oak Swarm Shield. Pillar of the Cage God now provides 1% attack speed for 10. Previously 2%. Now provides 10% increased weapon damage for 10 strength. Previously 10% for 5. Oh. Ooh, goodbye, Pillar of the Cage God. Ooh, goodbye. Queen of the Forest, now 1% for 800. The rest of pepperonis, and you can no longer corrupt it either. Yeah, Oakstorm is now useless. Sandstorm Visage, critical weakness per second for 15 seconds. Previously 1 seconds per. Previously 1 second. Once per second for 15. Previously 1 second. I don't really understand that, but I don't think this was a good helmet anyway, so I don't care. Temporalis. -2, -1 as opposed to -4, -2. Oh. Oh. I love this. Existing versions of this item can be updated with new values of Divine Orb, but why would you? Oh god, it's so bad. The nerf is so bad. They're just like, yeah, but why would you? Okay, Trench Timber only goes up to 3. I mean, this is not great, but the thing is, they also just nerfed. They nerfed. What is it? What are they called? Maces or what? Not maces. Scepters. They just nerfed minion skills in general and scepters. So this is in line with the scepter nerf. They use chase unique straight to the dumpster. I mean, I don't think it's to the dumpster. I think there will still be certain uses for it. But I'm gonna be honest. I really think that this nerf right here, right, is a direct, like how badly it got nerfed is a direct consequence of the dupers. Because the thing is, I don't think Temporalis would have been, well, it's 2 things, right? Dupers and also the Chayula Monk making it so easy to get. Because if it was always like super hard to get, there wouldn't be as many like super OP builds with it. Yo, Kronos, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it, man. Because like, I think like the reason why Temporalis got so out of control is because it just got into everybody's hands. Everybody started experimenting. Everybody started finding like crazy builds with it and whatever, right? I think if it didn't get into the hands of so many people, the impact of the OP-ness would not have been felt as much. I think that the item itself is overtuned, but I think that they probably wouldn't have nerfed it as badly if it wasn't as widespread. Because, yo, 11. Thank you. What the hell? You haven't followed? What the heck? But no. You get what I. You need to understand what I mean, Seti. I think it would have gotten there. It would have gotten here eventually, but it probably wouldn't gotten as nerfed as much because let's say that you had a super OP weapon, right? But only 5 people got to use it. Well, maybe those 5 people, one of them might have made builds. But then those other 4 people would have kept to themselves. And as a result, it would seem less OP than it was before because less people were using it and less people were showing off the OP powers. I mean, that's just how I feel. You guys could disagree with it, but that's how I feel it. It's like it. Getting temporals is difficult. I mean, for most people, it is. I'd say for 90% of the people in this game, you cannot get. They will not be able to get a hitless run on trials. Okay. Venter's Gamble now grants minus 25 as opposed to 40. Gravebind unique gloves correctly states that enemies must be in your presence, not the ally. Okay. Updated text and the gemlet. Okay. Black's Life Trading. Okay. Time Loss Jewel Multiplier grants notable passive increased magnitude. Now grants 5 to 10. What? Why would they nerf damaging ailments with those? Ailments are all have been weak for the longest time. Why are you nerfing that? Time Loss Jewel. Let's see. Okay. Why are they nerfing ailments? I don't understand. Who even used it? Exactly. Don't want Bleed to be OP, I guess. I mean, I just don't think it's ever going to be. I don't think there's enough support to make it OP right now still. Whatever. I hate the thing that I hate it when they do these things where it's like, oh, I'm gonna nerf it before we can even get people to try it out, you know? We know right now Bleed is not very good. They're adding some stuff to Bleeds to support it, yes, but we still don't know if it's actually good or not. A Shatter ailment? No. Damaging ailments. These are damaging ailments. So basically poison, bleed, what else is there? What else is a damaging ailment? So bleed, right? Poison, ignite. There we go. It's bleed, poison, ignite. Those are the those are the 3 damaging ailments. No, these are not damaging ailments. These are non-damaging ailments. This is specific for damaging ailments. Magnitude of damaging ailments. Faster damage from ailments, right? They buff lead. They buffed it a little bit. I don't think they buffed it a ton. Okay. Let's see here. I mean, Peaconk and Hammer of the Gods are both dead, so I don't think they're worried about that anymore. Let's see. Time. Let's see. Okay. Gas Arrow's still good. Yeah, Gas Arrow's still good. It's still decent, but I wouldn't say it's any more OP than it was before. I don't think it got any support. It only got nerfed. I mean, not it only got nerfed, but with this, it got nerfed. They didn't touch it anywhere else. I don't think Gas Arrow's OP. I think Gas Arrow with the combustion stuff could be kind of good, right? But I think Gas Arrow by itself isn't that crazy. I'm so fucked. Gasser or Kyula is strong because it hits infinite. Well, then I think they should more balance the gas arrow itself rather than fucking up bleeds for everybody else. Then, or fucking up ailments for every other skill, because it clearly seems like gas arrow is the problem here rather than other ailments in general. If that's the only ailment that's strong, right? Either bring the other ailments up to that level or bring gas arrow down to the other ailments. Okay, item changes. Jeweler's Orbs. Good change for the perfect Jeweler's Orbs. I like it. Advanced Expert base items have distinctive names. Nice. Easier to see. New tiers, right? More rune drops. Okay. Using a vault item can no longer cause a modifier with a value of 1 to be reduced to 0. So I guess it just can't like get rid of lines. Damage of all crossbows increase. So crossbow buffs big. Crossbow is eating well this patch. Physical thorn modifiers have been buffed by 3.5 times for the highest tier modifier. Whoa. Thorns buff? Thorns build, guys? Thorns meta? Let's go. Not easy to see. It means that they'll have regular names like Templar armor and shit. Oh. My goat fub button said it will be okay in the new league. I believe him. Time to make another one shot. Rage Gaming was right all along. Whether the nerf Oak Sword is so bad, I don't know. I really don't know. It's basically a useless item now. Nerfs to rarity, more rarity nerfs. Breach rings now 40% as opposed to 50%. Breach ring drop rate is lower. So basically more attribute stacking nerfs, which I don't know. I'm not going to say attribute stacking is dead, but it really feels like they just nerfed it like crazy to a point where it might be dead. New Thorns rune is insane. I mean, you know, maybe we'll build a Thorns build this league. Notable passives no longer be instilled. This is kind of confusing. I don't like this change. I mean, I understand maybe they think like certain stuff is like might be too OP to instill, but like I don't like this change because it just makes things confusing. It's like, oh yeah, you can do these ones, but you can't do these ones. Like, huh? Sassak is never gonna be dead. It's not gonna be dead, but I think it might be really weak. It's gonna cost way more, maybe. Came back strong in Po 1 no matter the nerf. Adding new jewel modifiers provide similar effects to the passive skill trees. I'm here. Start from the beginning, please. It's time to watch the VOD, sir. They said they were going to nerf stack stacking. They hated it. I mean, it makes sense. Stack stacking was way too problematic. Let's see. Oh, they nerfing more quiver shit. Makes sense. Energy shield regeneration. Why did they nerf this? Maybe for liches. I don't know. Azcappa, absolutely dead. Who the fuck cares about increased quantity of gold? I'm being honest, like this change here looks like, I don't know. What were they thinking with this change? It literally went from like the most valuable soul core to the least valuable one. Like, who cares about gold drop? It literally just went from a extremely valuable one, the most valuable one, to literally a garbage, not useful. Like, nobody's gonna use this ever. Soul core. But respects. So you don't have to be poor anymore. Yeah, you're right. You're right. You're right. 8 divs to 8 wisdoms. Like, they might as well have just said, guys, Soul Core of Azcappa is going to be gone. You can't get it anymore because this might as well be like, you know, honestly, it'd be better. That way you don't have to randomly find this when you're doing fucking trials. So you can buy more random shit from Alba. No one's gonna use it. No one's gonna use it, guys. No one's gonna use it. 5% is not enough for people to use it. And now Mahu only does 100% too, so it's just like, why? Who? Ray Chain's gonna make a currency guide, yo, and he's gonna tell everybody to put like all Soul of Ascappas on. Okay, corruption modifiers nerfed. Corrupted modifier on helmets, 1% life, 1 to 2% life regenerated per second, and no longer roll. Interesting. And then now the scepter nerfs, right? Only +4, previously +5. Can roll up to 80% increase area effect presence as opposed to 30%. That's a good thing, right? Why does it say only roll up to 80%? This is good. 80% increase versus 30. %5 is 10% with a shield. Think chat. Adding spirit unique, so whoever said fuck GG in Twitch chat needs to calm down. It ain't that serious. No, it ain't that serious. Okay, more mana nerfs. Dude, look at all these mana nerfs, guys. Look at all these mana nerfs. They're just like, fuck mana stackers. 20-30% increased magnitude of slows. Can no longer roll. I think that's good, right? One less garbage modifier. First, due to elemental damage modifiers and weapons have been value lowered. So early game kind of nerf there. Because they nerfed the presence radius from 6 meters to forward. I see. Let's add a new Archmage Ascendancy. Also, let's remove mana stacking. Yup. Added lightning damage modifier. Weapon at the value is slightly lowered. Okay. Only grants an additional option. Wow. Rest in pepperonis. And then we have monster changes. Okay. Armor on all monsters reduced by 30%. That's kind of big. Bosses that need to perform certain actions to progress their fight will now be immune to damage or their life is brought significantly past the point that action will be used. It should have no noticeable effect on most players, but prevent most cases where a boss gets semi-permanently crowd control and prevent the fight from progressing. Okay. Soul Eater on monsters now grant... Wait, there was Soul Eater in this game? I didn't realize that. Life on this was adjusted, unchanged at difficulty 4. Life on these two have been reduced. Okay. Following bosses have no longer have armor penetration. Okay. Lower the damage conversion to other elements used by skills. Okay. Has a tapering, less damage buff. Okay. Increase damage with a select few abilities. Huh. So just like overall like buffs and nerfs to like bosses. Increase damage with vomit. Interesting. Chimera does increase damage with Leap Slam. Trial Master does increase damage with Channel Blood Slam. That's bad news for me. Okay. Stoneclad Gorillas reduce damage with their Leap Slam. Silverfist Dodge Roll now does reduce damage. Thank you. Okay. I mean, overall, just like changes to like different shit. Count Geonore's attack can no longer be blocked. Huh. Did they work River Hags or no? I doubt it. Yeah, it doesn't look like it. Bloated Miller now pushes players sideways instead of carrying along. Thank goodness. Yeah. Have you seen the Twitch OS change? Nope. What happened there? Okay. Well, that's kind of about it, to be honest. We have some new MTX. We have some bug fixes. And this, apparently we're not getting this yet. Ability to block main hand and offland or both. So this was supposed to be like a big change that they teased and they didn't bring it in, so that kind of sucks. She still eats children is a crazy sentence. You're running River Hack Spectre and drowning every boss. Does that even work that way? Can you even drown bosses? They made it cleaner. Interesting. So what about the tier list where they updated winners and losers for ascendancies? I mean, I still think like maybe this goes up from what 11 was saying. Maybe it does. I don't know. I just haven't played Witch Hunter enough. But this is what I ended up going with for my tier list. So we had buffs on Deadeye, Blood Mage, Witch Hunter. Slight buffs on the two warrior ascendancies, Chayula and Chrono. And then we had nerf to Invoker and ginormous uber nerfs to all of these. Magma Blast, Titan Angle. I mean, I think the changes to Turtle Charm are pretty relevant. But yeah, those are the changes. I wonder if they changed the critical damage stuff. I don't think so. They didn't change the offhand critical damage stuff. What about Trample Toe? Ice crystals no longer apply on no longer kill effects for Herald Ash Trample Toe Overkill. So Trample Toe didn't get nerfed. So again, I still think that Trample Toe is going to be still the best Herald. The fact that Trample Toe can still chain off of itself, I think makes it like really good. Because none of the other stuff can chain off of itself anymore. Perfect Warriors also nerfed. What do you even use as a boss healing seal as a warrior now? Yeah, I mean, it's Perfect Strike, but like it also got nerfed. It no longer guarantees ignite anymore. What did it nerf for Hand of the Gods? Basically, you need to heavy stun to be able to use it. You need a heavy stun, I think, 4 times. So right here. So no longer is a cooldown, but requires 20 glory to use. Glory is a resource that's built up by heavy stunning. Glory is obtained by using the stun monster's power. Quality is now this. So basically, if you go into a boss fight, right, and you have not heavy stunned anything beforehand, you can't really use it. Does glory decay? I'm not sure. But the thing is, right, if you go into a boss fight and you die, you're done. You're never using your Hammer of the Gods ever again. And if you're going to pinnacle bosses, you're never using your Hammer of the Gods either. Like, yeah. The pinnacle bosses is the big one. They removed quality from Scepter, adding Spirit, I heard. Let's see, right? Scepter. Modifier scepters did not stack. Quality on scepters multiplied the amount of spirit they grant instead of granting quality to their inherent skill. So yeah, so basically minions builds kind of got fucked here. That's kind of crazy. That's crazy that they would include it in a bug fix too, because most people aren't going to come down here. Should have ruled the aliens would hammer the gods and increase physical damage. This is rough. This is wow. That's a bug? Apparently it was a bug. Which makes no sense to me. This basically makes it so that like you are, I mean, for the most part, you're losing like 100 spirit from this or something like that. Yeah, I remember you told me. I just forgot about it. Is it only 20? Well, I guess it's only a 20. Yeah, because a lot of the increased spirit came from like the explicit lines. Had 3 POB ready for the new league. They axed every one of them. Ooh, that's rough. I'm sorry. Yeah, those are the changes. I mean, overall, like it's just a new game, right? We basically can't look at this and be like, "Oh my god, they nerfed my skill. They did this and did that. It sucks," right? We just kind of have to look at this as like, okay, we're doing a clean slate. This is a brand new game, and we'll see how this goes. That's basically what it is at the end of the day. Take what you know about Path of Exile 2 before and throw out the window. There's going to be OP builds for sure, 100%. It's just that the meta is just changing. It's a huge meta shift. Like, people are mad about, oh, my Spark got nerfed, my whatever got nerfed, right? Now, it basically just means, like, okay, well, you know, the meta is completely shifting. There's still getting OP shit. It'll still be fine. Just re-roll, you bitch. But all right. There is one thing I did want to watch with you guys before maybe we go into like build theory crafting or something like that. We'll see. I did want to look at, I don't know if you guys watched this, but Ziggy D did a video today with some skill previews. I'm assuming this is only part 1, or he's going to release part 2 tomorrow. So yeah. Bleed and Totem is going to be the strongest. I think Bleed's going to be pretty good. We'll see, though. I'm hoping it's pretty good, because I'm going to start off with Bleed. That's my plan. You did? Okay. Some people did, some people didn't, but this is pretty cool. It's going to be pretty good. I think, like, this really... Because I'm at least starting Huntress. And I'm going to be doing, like, typical Huntress things. Like Spear and Buckler. So, this was really helpful in helping me decide, like, what I wanted to do. You can go Amazon. I'm going to go Ritualist. Just because I want to see, like, play around with the Corrupted Blood stuff. And Bleeds. So, yeah. Dude, that's a pretty cool skill. That's a pretty cool skill. The goddamn, like, Sunray or shit. Going Tactician? Damn, that's a rare one. I don't think a lot of people are going to go that.
Equipped with Spear and Buckler, seamlessly weaves melee and ranged attacks together using high mobility and powerful counterattacks and skill combinations. It's a Playstyle unlike anything that we've had in Path of Exile up to this point. Attempting to make this overview skill guide has proven very challenging.
Yeah,
With the
Spear of
previous
Solaris.
mercenary hands-on guide, I could simply talk about each skill individually and maybe just note one or two of the interactions that come up.
It could be a
But
sleeper.
for the Huntress, it's not so simple. So many of the skills interact with each other in different ways. You can play some pretty simple and organic feeling skill combinations without being quite so overcomplicated, but it's when you start to consider all of the possible interactions and options that you have available to you, quickly things become really complex and really interesting. I think it's definitely the most dynamic and engaging playstyle that GGG have released thus far. So
I feel like I'm probably going to make multiple Huntress builds, or at least Spear builds. I think the Spears are kind of really interesting. They look cool too. I like the animation of like throwing the Spears. I think it's really cool.
My overview of the Huntress, Spear, and Buckler skills from my hands-on time at the GGG studios. This guide will be in two parts. Part 1 has skills up to level 5, and Part 2 has the rest. Spears are one-handed only and cannot be dual-wielded. There's definitely a bit of synergy with bucklers, but technically you can just use a normal shield or even no offhand with the Dance with Death keystone. Spears are fundamentally hybrid melee ranged weapons, and they come pre-packaged with both Spear Stab and Spear Throw basic skills. Both of these are decent single target skills and cost 0 mana, so they're fine choices while leveling for some easy boss poking. The devs actually want these to be on the higher end of raw damage compared to other skills because, and this was how it was phrased to me, they don't do anything else, so they might as well deal some damage. Spear Throw can actually consume.
I mean, is that
frenzy charge to
their
create a small explosion? There's no real
philosophy
reason
for
to do
all
this,
auto
but it's a cute
attacks?
little addition.
Because it
It's
kind
mainly
of makes
because
sense.
the idea is that every single spear throwing skill can consume a frenzy charge for some benefit, so they wanted to keep it consistent even with the basic one. Bucklers, which are the new pure evasion shields, all come paired with the parry skill. This works the same as Raise Shield in that you hold the button down to block incoming attacks with some key.
Oh, I'm still skeptical about how useful parrying is going to be in the end game, other than against bosses. It just feels like if you're going to spend time waiting for an enemy to attack you, like you're way better off just attacking and killing the enemies. Speaking from like personal experience with Magma Barrier, right? It's just like Magma Barrier was never going to be a high clear skill because of the fact that you had to wait for enemies to attack you. Yeah, you know, it's true. You never know until you try, but just off of like initial impressions, it really doesn't seem like it's going to be that strong, other than for campaign and bossing.
Differences. Projectiles can only be blocked with parry if they're fired from within 1 meter of you. After a successful parry block, the enemy is struck for a small amount of damage, they're light stunned, and they gain the parry debuff for 2 seconds. This parry debuff causes them to take 50% more attack damage for that duration, and that's from anything, it doesn't have to be a specific skill, just any attack. But the parry debuff can also be consumed by some specific skills that we'll go into later. As normal, you can parry any regular
so
melee
many
attack or
ideas.
spell, you just cannot parry slams or
That's a good thing.
explosions or the big red flashy boss abilities, basically. While parrying, you won't evade attacks, but evasion still does do something. It prevents
Ziggy's video
heavy
is
stun
lackluster.
buildup.
What do you
And
want
on
to
that
see
note,
more
and
of?
this is not specific to parry, but just globally across the board, heavy stun is now a fair bit more punishing towards players.
Yeah, I mean, it's just mostly a showcase.
That said, evasion scaling in the nature of how you tend to actually parry and then counterattack made this rarely an issue for me after the beginning. I did get heavy stunned a few times, but it rarely caught me by surprise.
So here's the thing that I just, like, something I noticed. So this is supposed to be the range. You know how, like, Amazon, you can have, like, the weakness. You can see the boss's weakness, right? The exposed weaknesses. I think this is it.
And
But if you look
long-term,
at it, it
almost
never gets
started never
smaller.
happening.
It just moves.
Unlike other games with parry, there's no
I don't know
timing
what that really
requirement here.
means in
You
terms
don't
of
have
like
to get
how
some
that
sort of
works.
perfect thing right as a certain part of the attack is happening. You just channel the parry skill, hold it as long as you want until an attack is automatically parried, as long as you're within range of it if it's a projectile, or as long as it was going to hit you if it's a melee attack.
I think it's bosses before ascending. Well, you can do it in what is it called? This could be cruel, right? This could be cruel. This doesn't have. This might not be more normal mode. And you definitely ascend before cruel. There's gonna be all about time if you want to be effective, not just sit there. Oh, for sure.
Generally speaking, you'll hold the parry skill down, the parry will occur, and then you'll counterattack with some ability to
Sorrow.
take advantage of the parry debuff. There's no real skill component here outside of just knowing what things you can parry. And since that's consistent in that it's close range
I'm gonna be a
projectiles or
goddamn
any attack
parrying
that's not a
champion is
slam,
all I'm gonna
basically,
say.
it's a pretty easy thing for you to learn over time. My opinion on parry walking away from this was really positive.
I still wish there was some form of like reward for timing the parries well. Like I do. I know that during like the showcase or whatever, they're like, well, the reward is that you don't have to stand there for forever and like try to block and parry it, right? You just get to be mobile. But I don't know. I still think there should be a little bit bigger reward than just like not standing still for a long time. You get frenzy charges. You don't have to time it perfectly for well, actually you don't even get frenzy charges for that. I think if you got frenzy charge for timing it perfectly, I think that would have been better than what they do right now.
Important, fun, and really effective.
Man just wants to
it
guard.
Can downright embarrass some of the bosses where you just
I just want my magma barrier skills that I've honed for so long to come into play in another way. That's all it is.
Parry them with follow-up attacks and they feel like they can't really do anything to you a lot of the time. But then at other times there are some bosses that mostly only do slams and they have very limited things that you can actually parry. Since there's some differences in the types of enemies you face, you'll end up changing your playstyle and that adds to the overall dynamic feel of the Huntress.
One like parrying a
lot and doing a lot of parry-based counter.
I mean, I don't really like parrying a lot. I just like parrying in Path of Exile.
There are a bunch of parry nodes on the passive tree too. They often come packaged next to passive
like
block
retaliate,
which makes them much
not
more
parrying.
I like nodes do things like debuff
reflect
duration,
skills,
which is pretty handy for kind of more grace in the follow-up attack timings. It's hard to say if something like full parry investment will be worth it, but since block is great anyway, I'm pretty keen to experiment with it in my builds. Now this video is all about skills, so how appropriate then that Boot.dev has returned to be my sponsor once again.
Boot.dev!
Segment. Boot.dev is all about learning back-end web development skills like coding in Python and Go, as well as practical skills like applying for jobs in the industry. I like to use anything I promote to ensure that it's actually worthwhile, and I've been using Boot.dev to learn more about coding and game development, which it makes super approachable with step-by-step courses and practical projects like making a Pokedex. Even with my very sporadic use of it, I keep making progress because it's actually has me do things like bug fix.
I need to one of these
to
days
learn,
get some practical skills outside of
theoretical knowledge.
I don't know.
And even when I actually do tend to forget things, which is all the time, it has tools like the Spellbook, which is easy to search, basically automatically compiled notes. Oh
he misspelled
God,
function.
I have this in university. And then for stuff that I just don't understand what it's trying to get me to do, it has the Boots AI built in that contextually knows what you know already and what you're currently doing, what the task is. And
train me to be a first responder.
Things like an actual teacher would, based on what's going on. There's free demos for every course and a 30-day no questions asked refund policy for the subscription if you decide to get that, which you can pick up with my discount code ZiggyDGaming for 25% off your first month or first year. But enough about real-life practical skills. Let's talk about far more important things.
I need to be able to do something when my streaming career ultimately dies, guys.
Actually whirling slash, but I wanted to talk about disengage first, as it's the follow-up to parry that
learn how to make better builds.
Disengage ended up being the skill I found
my builds
myself
are great.
cutting
what are you
first
talking about?
in my different runs. It's a slashing backflip with a small AoE. It has a short cooldown, so you can't quite use it end to end, but you can do things like use disengage, dodge roll, move a little bit.
So far, the skills that I've seen Sphere, like maybe it's just because none of them have like scaled them very well, but they don't really look like they do a ton of damage. And I hope that's not the case. I hope some of them are good.
From your mouse cursor or target, but you can obviously use that to flip you forwards or sideways, depending on where you aim. It seems to work similarly to dodge overall, and it can be used to animation cancel too from other attacks, could be used while using other attacks. And it also does avoid damage.
Campaign shit, yeah, I know, but
miss you while you're flipping. When the attack portion hits a target, that has
I feel like
debuff as well.
Like if you look at this, right, there's definitely skills in the campaign, like for other classes that do more damage.
Want frenzy charges for powerful buffs. The early game strategy of parry,
like when I was doing my warrior speed runs, I was definitely killing this bitch way faster.
Very good and quite fun. Both this and parry being easy to pull off.
They're a little lackluster.
More fun too.
But there's like 25 new skills, right? So I'm assuming later on there will probably be some better ones.
Mobility and that hit and run and ranged melee combination that the Huntress is going for. It really encourages it, I think. Personally, I never took disengage off my skill bar for even a second. It felt like a core class mechanic to me, just like dodge roll. I ended up using the ingenuity support to
Might
lower
be
its
our
cooldown, which
intended
felt quite
pace.
nice.
Oh
And that paired
no.
with a bit of incidental parry debuff duration meant that it was really easy to, even if I first missed my first attempt at disengage to try and get that frenzy charge, I would usually be able to do a second one as a follow-up thanks to that combination. The support gem I really loved on disengage though was Shocking Leap, which I believe is a new one. It puts down some shocked ground on use. Since you use disengage,
Did they
on
buff
top of
armor
enemies
at
a lot of
all?
the
I don't
time,
think they
that
did.
leaves them shocked exactly when you plan to follow up with some sort of empowered spear throw, for example. It's also really great paired with triggering explosions on whirlwinds from our next skill, Whirling Slash. So Whirling Slash is the first of the wind-themed skills. Bit of an archetype here within the Huntress. It's a combo piece for quite a few other skills as well. Quite simply,
The thing is, when I was watching this like during the original showcase, and also this, in my mind, I was thinking that you could be using the the frenzy charge thing, the one that lets you generate frenzy charge, with freeze, pin, and electrocute, and using that to supply enough frenzy charges for your abilities. But given how they nerfed it to like only proc once every 5 seconds or something like that, I'm just like, oh god. Oh god.
you slash in a circle for fairly low damage and create a whirlwind. Each whirling slash adds a stage to the whirlwind, increasing its area up to 3 total stages. If you leave
Also,
the
I think
whirlwind
Ziggy D
area,
probably
such as
played this
just walking away
pre-nerf,
or dodge
is
rolling
my
or indeed
guess.
disengaging out of it, it explodes,
Like in a
doing more
pre-nerf
damage per
build.
stage in that large area. Its main
'Cause he
use
does
early on
use
is AoE for packs of
charge
enemies.
frenzy or whatever
You'll slash and slash
in this
and
build.
slash, and then dodge roll away or disengage, detonating it and killing the enemies.
One button
You'll get a
PoE 2
feel
builds
for
suck
how
ass
much damage you
anyways.
need to do to the enemies before you detonate, so you might end up doing an extra slash here or there to get them low enough so that the detonate will kill them. But this is something you get a feel for as your gear
I don't think one
evolves.
button builds
It's
are ever
less
going to
single
disappear,
target, just
but
outright
I think
used,
that
than spear
it's
stab
about like
in most
making them
cases,
like
but
equally
you
as
can build
viable as
whirlwinds
multiple
ahead
button
of time
builds.
for single target situations. Like for example, when you're moving to engage an enemy, or if you're waiting for a boss to spawn, for example, you can pre-place
Greatest
those
chance to
whirlwinds
get
so that
full
when you're
stacks.
forced to
Oh yeah, there
move,
was
like a
one
dodge
that
roll
made
or
it so that
something,
you had a chance
it'll
to get full
detonate, dealing a bit
stacks,
of extra
but
damage.
still.
Not to mention
How
that
often is that
whirlwind
gonna
blinds
proc, you know?
enemies, so it's nice to just have down ahead of time. It's a pretty core skill for the early game and feels quite good, but does need a little bit of kind of practice and tips for using it. So here's some things that I noted. The slash has a forward leap if targeted ahead of you, so that you can use it as a gap closer, and that's kind of what you should do. Think of it like hit and run, using that whirling slash to advance on enemies and push them and group them up since it has that knockback, and then use your disengage to explode or dodge roll to get out of the way and explode, and then follow up.
I mean, I
with more
think
whirling
one
slashes.
button
That's kind of the
builds, two
core
button builds, or
little
whatever.
combo
It's
there.
just all
If you want to
preference.
place them underneath
But I think you
yourself
should be
and
able to
don't
give
wanna
people the
move around, 'cause
choice
sometimes
to
you
choose between
don't
one or
really
the
wanna be
other
moving
and not
around so
have it
much,
seem like,
you can just
you know,
target
you're
right
kind of
underneath
forced to play
yourself
one
and
versus
you won't
another.
actually do that little dash. Something that's really good is you can drag the whirlwind around with you by using that built-in movement. Every time you do a slash, it repositions the whirling slash that you're currently inside of. When you use disengage to leap out of it to trigger that explosion with shocking leap support on disengage, that shock ground does actually apply to that explosion, which is really fantastic.
This I feel like is going to be pretty dang strong. Shocking leap. I'm probably going to be using it in my build. I think like any spear build that anybody using like a spear build, this is probably gonna be pretty dang good, because you just get a quick, you know, whenever you use one of your leap skills, just automatically put shock ground, and you just get shock immediately.
Suggested supports
Forge
include
gloves.
the new one Cadence. This would work
But what
well
about my
a lot of the time, I
Hoas?
think here, because you're doing 3 attacks, then doing something else, then another 3. So you should maintain something like a 30 to 60% attack speed buff a lot of the time, but you shouldn't ever hit that downside of attacking 8 times in 4 seconds, because you're going to be mixing up the skills you're doing, typically with whirling slash and not just slashing endlessly. So you're never really going to have that cooldown effect. Kind of a neat little support gem. Alternatively, the much more simple approach of martial tempo is solid and just makes things nicer for setting up whirlwinds for twisters that we'll talk about in a moment. I found myself using bloodlust on it to scale damage if the target was bleeding, which is easily done with other skills like Wraith. So that's a nice damage
We're gonna be
scaling
using
option,
some
even
big
in
bleed
non-bleed
builds.
And since, especially with martial tempo or cadence, it's something you're hitting with quite often, it can be used for building up rage stacks with the rage support, for example. So next up is Twister, and this is the natural pairing with Whirling Slash. It simply sends a projectile that pierces through all targets and bounces off walls until it runs out of duration. The Twister is blind as well, which is a nice defensive buff to be able to apply guaranteed on enemies at a range like this. Like Whirlwinds, when Twisters travel over ground effects, they actually gain that element and deal 30% added elemental damage of that type. When they collide with a Whirlwind from skills such as Whirling Slash, they consume the Whirlwind to deal more damage and create more projectiles. Just note this doesn't cause the Whirlwind to explode like it normally would. It consumes it to do this alternate effect with Twisters specifically. So if you fire a Whirlwind into a stage 3 Twister, that means 180% more damage and 4 Whirlwinds instead of 1. So that's
it sounds like more of a clear thing though, rather than a single target.
Twisters deal less damage than just using like basic spear throw. But
yeah,
you know, they pierce and they can bounce around and they can hit the target again as they bounce and come back.
When they worries about Huntress tankiness, it's going to be evasion.
And when they're fully buffed,
so it should be fine.
They do tend to deal quite a bit more damage overall. They cannot shotgun with multiple.
It's basically going to be as tanky as like
from the Whirlwind.
It's basically going to be tanky as any Ranger, but you don't really want to tank hits with Ranger either. I mean, Huntress is going to be like kind of like a mid-range type of playstyle where you weave in and out with melee and range. So if you're doing it well, I would assume that you are not getting hit that much.
But more projectiles can make it more likely for extra hits after bouncing, so you can still end up getting
any survivability issues that Hunters are going to deal with are probably going to be dealt with by like Deadeyes as well. I really
like Scattershot on this, mostly preferring to use the Whirlwind buff instead. Overall, the skill works really well in small arenas or in tighter spaces, and it can be really nicely combined with Whirlwind for kind of encountering dangerous packs and dealing with them before you get, you know, in too much danger. It's a bit like Spark, so duration and projectile speed are both options for scaling it so that you can hit more targets, bounce off walls, and hit the enemy again. I did find myself using this quite a lot, off and on, in different zones. Sometimes it performed really well, and other times it was just okay. It's especially nice when you just incidentally have some elemental ground effects around, and that includes even just the shocked ground from disengage, which naturally puts the shocked ground between you and your target, so it's kind of perfect.
The Rangers, you don't have the path from the bottom right edge for a Spirit Cluster. You don't have the path to the bottom right edge for a Spear Cluster. So you're saying that it's easier to get up to the energy shield stuff?
Support options, there's plenty of things you can do with this, but the pursuit and retreat supports the new ones.
I mean, assuming like energy shield is going to be as strong as it is, I mean, we'll see. I still think that it's probably be all right. You could probably go more into like a block chance thing as opposed to like an energy shield stuff, but that way, like when you either evade or block, and you'll always have some sort of damage mitigation to go along with you. But that's just me when I'm thinking about the builds and theory crafting it.
This and Whirlwind. So let's talk about them. The hybrid melee range playstyle of the Huntress and Spears is encapsulated in a brand new pair of support gems here, which kind of naturally go together. Pursuit makes the linked melee attack deal 30% more melee damage if you damage an enemy with a projectile attack in the last 8 seconds. And conversely, Retreat is the opposite. 25% more projectile damage if you've damaged an enemy with a melee hit in the last 8 seconds. You get what they're going for here, it's pretty obvious. Both have an additional restriction though, preventing the linked skills from doing the other type of damage. This is likely just to prevent issues with like hybrid skills, like Monk's Falling Thunder for example, that have both a melee and projectile component. I didn't run into this at all playing on an actual Huntress. The simplest and most obvious pairing here is just Whirling Slash and Twister, right? They combo together nicely, they're melee and ranged. But that said, the 8 seconds is pretty long, and you can even activate Retreat pretty easily by just using on mobility skills like Thunder Asleep or Disengage. You disengage, you hit the target, that gives you 8 seconds of uptime on your damage scaling for your projectile skill. Very nice. The next skill on that first...
How long does the cooldown does Thunder Sleep have? Does it really not have any cooldown? I wonder if you could use this as like a mobility skill. Probably like I wonder if it's like faster to just walk around, or if you can like make Thunderous Leap kind of like a leap slam from like PoE 1.
Damage scaling for your projectile skill. Very nice. The next skill on that first tier of those level 1 gems is Explosive Spear, and this is one of my favorites. It throws a low damage spear that detonates after 2.5 seconds to deal a powerful fire damage explosion. Now you can only have one active spear at a time, and you have to wait for it to detonate.
I hate these like
one, otherwise you'll
detonating
override it
skills.
and it will never detonate. So
now, granted, you can use frenzy charges to just make it detonate instantly, but it really depends on how easily you can upkeep frenzy charges with the current changes.
Self-control that you need to apply here. That said, consuming a frenzy charge causes it to detonate instantly, leaving behind burning ground. Explosive Spear's explosion, whether it's with frenzy charge or after the delay, acts as a detonator, meaning that it can detonate other skills that we'll see later on, like Stormlance or Rapid Assault's stuck spearheads. Explosive Spear overall is very satisfying and effective. The limit on active spears and the longer detonation time actually means that you weave it in between your other skills and combine it opportunistically. Whenever you find a parry opportunity, you can disengage to make a frenzy charge, Explosive Spear for that burning ground and some nice damage, and then follow up with Whirling Slash or Twisters to empower them with that added fire damage. Most builds, I think, will use this for at least a while in Act 1. It's just a good leveling skill for that early portion of the game, if nothing else. But that said, it's definitely got core skill potential, and it was one of the main skills I ended up using in the elemental build that I fell into, combined with Stormlance. For supports, you've got your obvious choices like Fire Imbuement and Primal Armament, Concentrated Effect, or Magnification.
Is Fire Imbuement a new skill? Or is Ziggy D just pulling that shit out of his ass? He's either pulling it out of his ass or it's a spoiler. Because I don't think it's even like we haven't seen anything. He's just saying that as though we know it, as though it's something that's common knowledge.
Supports, you've got your obvious choices like Fire Imbuement.
Your obvious choices. Yeah, it's real obvious to us who don't even know what it is. For example.
And you can do things with Persistence or Despoiler for burning ground duration, of course, if you're using it mostly to buff.
I think Despoiler might be a new thing too.
Twisters. The gem I liked the most, though, was Overabundance, which is +1 charge and 50% less duration. The duration doesn't actually affect the detonation time, which would obviously probably be a good thing, but that's okay. The extra charge, though, is excellent. It means you can throw 2 down and have 2 explosions for a bit more coverage, and it makes it a little bit easier to not accidentally override yourself and still get those explosions for detonating. The only thing that is affected by the less duration is the burning ground, so it's not as good for applying that effect, but there's plenty of other ways to do that if you're playing some kind of wind build and need ground effects. On to the level 3 skill gems. We'll start off with Lightning Spear, which I know a lot of people are excited for. This throws a lightning spear with a boosted chance to shock enemies. The spear itself cannot pierce, fork, or chain or really do anything, but when it hits a target or a wall, it splits lightning bolts to enemies in a large area. Adding more projectiles doesn't affect that core spear, which is a running theme for these spear throws, but
I do wish that if you add like, scatter shot or something like that, it would increase the amount of spears. It makes like sense physically and thematically, right? You throw a spear, it's like you're not going to throw 3 spears at once. I mean, like even with arrows, you're not going to shoot 3 arrows from a bow, but it's more physically possible to shoot 3 arrows from a bow as opposed to throwing 3 spears. But I do kind of wish that scatter shot would increase the amount of spears that you threw as well. Lightning Spear, here I come. Or Lightning Spear too.
Does affect the split lightning bolts themselves, which are projectiles. The Frenzied Charge adds more splits and more damage overall, turning it into a bit of a clear speed beast. The splits have full lightning conversion as well, and even more chance to shock.
I mean, this lightning spear looks cool.
It should be
like the
nice
lightning
barrage,
splits look really cool.
Really get much of a chance to test that. And the Innovate support is obviously a pretty good choice.
When I saw all these skills, I'm like, damn, I kind of want to play like, an elemental spear character.
But I can definitely
to start off, because the bleed stuff is like the physical skills don't look that impressive. But no, we're going for bleeds. We're going for bleeds.
Is next up, a simple icy stab attack that has its own unique payoff on parried enemies. So when striking a parry debuffed enemy, it causes an icy explosion that leaves chilled ground. This means it can be used as an elemental ground source for wind skills, but I don't really think that's going to be the main use case for it here. Both the explosion and stab have 50% more freeze buildup, and the high damage on the explosion does make for some pretty solid freeze potential. By default, it's not stronger than regular spear stab for raw single target DPS, and I initially kind of wrote it off as not too useful.
Every time I
wanted to
watch his
use
little
those
summon
parry
come
debuffs to
out,
make
it's
frenzy
just like
charges.
dead.
Why would I want to consume it?
His
for
little
Fangs of
beast
Frost when I
tame
wanna throw my
thingy, the
exploding
beast is
skills and
always just
stuff?
dead.
But I did end up changing my mind on this skill completely later on. When I started getting frenzies from other sources, I found it much more useful overall. With the combat frenzy spirit skill, freezing enemies can generate you easy frenzy charges, and this made it become a core skill in my eventual elemental spear throwing build. A quick
Like,
poke
it's
on
just
trash
dead again.
monsters is a near guaranteed freeze, and therefore a frenzy charge. Great. Much easier than trying to do a parry and disengage. And then when you do use parry for a tougher enemy, you can follow up with the Fangs of Frost for an even more higher chance of getting that free.
Like, that
Enemy,
looks
you can
pretty
follow up with the
fast. Like,
Fangs
you
of
see that,
Frost
like,
for an
leap
even
slam?
more
It looks pretty
higher chance
fast.
of getting that freeze. And with decent supports like Cold Infusion and Pursuit, for example, it became a pretty solid high damage and satisfying melee skill to weave in on an otherwise ranged playstyle that I was messing with. The next skill is Spear Field, which is a slightly unusual one that
Spearfield is something that I'm looking at being interested in. Stab the ground, causing multiple spears to burst out of the ground in front of you in a large area. Spears remain for a duration or explode when enemies touch them, damaging and maiming them. They're probably not going to be good for a bleed build, because you kind of want to have like a big hit for a bleed build.
I initially penned as mostly a utility skill, but I think has some pretty strong potential. With Spearfield, you stab the ground and see many spears emerge from the ground in a cone. These spears will explode when enemies come into contact with them, so either when you summon them...
Like, look at these mobs. It just does no damage.
Or is pushed
He
into
literally heavy stunned that rare, and it's still not even
the
dead.
spear explosions maim enemies with additional maim effect, slowing their movement speed considerably.
Like, look at this.
Killing a decent little chunk of damage.
It's
Nothing
so
too
much
crazy for
Z.
single explosions, but obviously this is something that you can do more with and build up a
God.
bit. I did kind of write this
Am
one
I-
off
am I
initially, but
barking
then when I
down the
tried it
wrong
again
tree
much later on,
by
and
wanting to
again
go
on the
a
second run, I was
physical
focusing more on,
bleed
like, a
build for
fizz
these
character.
spears?
It did start to blow me away a little bit. You get a spear every 0.2 meters of space, so the way this skill works is more AoE
Reaper
equals more spears,
gameplay.
but they don't cluster tighter if you use something like Concentrated Effect, for example. It has a maximum of 70 spears total, and they seem to start replacing after about 3 uses of the skill. So although the amount of spears you get per 0.2 meters of space is fixed, you can stack the spear fields on top of each other. So you can stack 3 on top of each other and get quite a bit more damage clustered for where a boss is going to be walking through, for example. So a bit of a hypothetical here. This is just some theory crafting. With Concentrated Effect, you may be able to stack more and deal more damage.
Bleed build
in the
looks
same
amazing. I mean,
location,
I want
because
to run a
maybe
bleed
you
build. I
are
really
getting
do.
less AoE, which means less spears are being kind of
Ziggy is a
put down per
ZDPS
use of the
build
skill.
player.
So that means maybe you could do 4 or 5 spear fields on top of each other for single target, or you just spam them into the boss.
I mean, he's definitely one of the more
spawn.
casual
Feel
content
Concentrated
creators,
Effect would be
right?
very good there for that. Quality is quite interesting
And I don't think he even works full time as a content creator. I think he works for GGE, doesn't he?
on this as well. It has a chance for hazards to rearm, and I did see this kind of hazard keyword elsewhere on the passive skill tree, for example, which it's basically any damage dealing effect that's left behind.
He does
from
not
skills.
work for
so basically
GGG.
this and Frost Wall. There's new passives in the Huntress area that affect hazards in various ways, such as rearm chance, and rearm chance for something like this is just a direct damage multiplier. 15% chance to rearm is 15% more damage. It's effective against larger enemies and very effective against enemies that move around or chase you. I kind of wonder if you...
I really hope there's the bleed aggravation is unbugged. Because right now, aggravating bleeds is bugged in the game. So hopefully they fix it.
You could use knockback from the spears.
Because if they don't, bleed builds are still going to be
spears.
trash.
So some knockback on the skill itself or globally, perhaps. It would probably take some investment, but could be interesting to look at.
Only
I actually
give
think
early
this is a
access
super strong skill
fanboys
against
that
the right
never
types of
complain.
enemies and built around correctly. In addition,
I don't
to
think most
providing
people
some
get
decent
early
utility
access. I
for
think
slowing enemies
Ziggy's
down in
one of the
ranged
few
or
that
bleed builds.
get
Keep
early
in mind that
access.
a moving enemy
One of the only
gains
few
bonus
that get
bleed
it.
damage, and if they're walking slower, they spend more time overall walking to get where
I would
they
say
want to be.
usually he's the
Speaking
only
of
one
bleed
from what I can
builds,
tell.
the next skill is Rake, the level 3 skill.
See, this is my boy right here, Rake. This is what we're gonna be using. 100% more magnitude of bleeds inflicted. Deals up to 100% more damage based on distance traveled. That is the skill. That is the skill we're going to be using.
And this is a bleed-themed mobility skill. Rake
Well, I
is
mean,
a
Math,
slashing
though, I
attack
think,
that
is
leaps
pretty
forwards
close,
to a
too.
target if possible. It's got a moderate range when targeted on a specific enemy, otherwise it's just a small leap forwards. It takes a bit of practice to get used to what enemies you can reach to max range with it, but it's really zippy overall, and it can dash you around enemies, and it kind of path finds around obstacles really well too, to travel you really far sometimes. And that's good because it does up to 100% more damage based on the distance traveled. You're incentivized to use it to hit and run or as a gap closer after you like flip away with disengage, for example. Now it has a 100% chance to inflict a bleed and 100% more magnitude of bleed, in addition to that up to 100% more damage based on distance, so there's some decent bleed scaling going on here. It's got a somewhat low base attack damage, but all of those kind of multipliers put together mean that it ends up being a pretty good skill, if nothing else for clear, and surprisingly actually good for single target.
Oh, is that dash on fire? Yo, that's what we're using. That's what I'm going to be using. This will be great.
A lot. A useful mobility.
Rake looks so bad now. No, it's going to be good.
Rake,
Trust.
whirlwind, parry,
Trust.
Disengage, and then
this
rake again. Just kind of like that dash in, flip back combo. It was really fun. Obviously, brutality, heft, and deep cuts are going to be there for bleed damage. Cadence and martial tempo if you want to use it more for speed and maneuverability. And I actually stumbled upon Stomping Ground as a support for this, which is really fun. Rake moves so fast.
I'm sure bleed ain't gonna do shit. Not gonna lie. No, guys, it's gonna do shit.
To
Don't worry about it. It's gonna be good.
And clear skill at the same
I
time.
believe.
You just gotta have to have a little bit of strength for the damage to be based on while leveling. But because on a bleed build you need a bunch of red sports, you're going to have some strength anyway. And just with the strength I kind of needed from and got from some incidental gear, I found this combo was very strong. Definitely a cool combo. One to have a look at for sure. Since we're talking about bleed skills, it's time for the skill with the edgiest, sickest name of all time.
Herald of Blood.
Herald of Blood is...
Dude, Herald of Blood is so cool. Look at that. They just fucking explode into blood. Look at that. Oh my god. Jeez. So basically how Herald of Blood works is that based on the amount of damage that you've done with bleeds, it will cause the mob to explode. The more damage you do with bleeds, the more explodes for. Which is why I think that maybe there's a world where bleed, like you're not scaling the initial hit as much, but you're mainly scaling the bleed itself. Nothing's gonna do shit outside of storm, skellies, and specters. This is gonna be good. Herald of Blood is going to be fire. And then you have the hemo crystals or whatever too on top of that. It's gonna be crazy.
4, also known as
it's gonna be crazy.
King the Mists. While active, killing an enemy that has experienced quote-unquote blood loss causes them to explode, dealing physical attack.
Look at that! Look at that! Look at those explosions! It's sick.
System where the total bleed damage on enemies
bleed booms, exactly,
and seen on the life bars as this kind of like.
We just need a way to be able to aggravate bleeds reliably, and I think that we're gonna have a pretty good bleed build.
The explosion
has
has some base physical damage, but the bulk of its damage is actually based on the total blood loss of the exploded enemy. It's 15% of the exploding enemy's blood loss total, so this is an unscalable value, which is typical for effects like this, since it's already effectively has been scaled by your damage in the first place via the actual.
Who wants to play Freesia? Play PO2 feels surreal, so good.
What this means is that
it's definitely, in my opinion, PoE2 feels good, but some people like PoE1.
Regardless of whether the enemy actually dies to bleed
or
buffs
under the day a little bit,
just as long as they experience
just a little bit
point,
the attack speed, I think.
Bleeding entirely. But enemies that have had a lot of blood loss, say primarily dying to like a large bleed from Rake, for example, will cause some very chunky, high damage explosions. As an added bonus, the explosion can aggravate bleed on nearby targets, which makes the bleed deal its bonus damage as if the target was moving. This alongside the explosion should help clear up stragglers and give bleed builds that juicy AoE.
PoE1 doesn't feel good comparatively.
Although it's an attack and requires a martial weapon to equip and activate, it doesn't scale off of your weapon damage, so maybe you can do some clever things with that, perhaps. It's pretty satisfying and effective at even leveling a build that's not.
I mean, when he says like you can do some clever things with the bleed pops without like a weapon, because well, not scaling off of weapon damage is really hard, because bleeds and ailments in general, you need a big initial hit to be able to do the, you know, a higher magnitude of bleed. So you will still need to like get a good weapon to make the bleed builds work, unfortunately. If it wasn't the case, like for sure, right, this spear would be really good. What is it? This one right here. Scytha's Barbed Spear, right? But it's only level 33 is the problem. But aggravates any bleeding with this weapon. Also aggravates all ignites. This is yeah, this is gonna be, if only it weren't level 33. If only we were a higher level. But maybe there's a world where we do like the ignite bleed build. I don't know. We'll see. We'll think. We'll try to think about something.
Really focused on bleed and using Rake for mobility. It was great for AoE clear. You can of course support it as well. Just keep in mind that the blood loss damage is unscalable, so you mostly want to stick to things like magnified effect for extra area or utility support.
Also, I have they. When do we typically get the tree in PoE?
This skill performs
in Path of Exile 1, when do they
stabs
typically
in a
update
fast
that?
sequence,
Because I want to start
large
theory
final
crafting
strike.
builds.
It seemed like a partial lock-in skill to me, but I think you can interrupt between the 6 fast stabs and then the final large one if needed. But there is some kind of element to commitment to it.
Because I mean, if it doesn't come tomorrow, then nobody's gonna be able to theory craft builds.
Is definitely the most important part of the skill, and it has pretty long range, which means it'll often connect even if you miss
How many
that
people
first
use
combo, which is
VOB?
nice.
Probably one
and
person.
that final strike is guaranteed to cause bleeding and has a small knockback for a bit of bonus bleed damage as well. Finally, that final strike lodges a
Wait, how much damage do all those bleed pops do right
Finally,
there?
that final strike lodges
That
a stuck
was
spearhead in
alright.
target for
It
up to
wasn't
10
great.
seconds, and you can have a total of 5 stuck spearheads in a target if you can do so quickly enough. The spearheads themselves don't do anything, but if they're hit by a detonator skill, they explode, dealing some extra damage in a small explosion.
Do they go in the game? No, I feel like they
5,
probably don't
85%
have to
per
go into the
explosion,
game.
so
They
it's
probably
not
get
a
given
ton,
like
but that does
information like a
total to over
code or something like
400%
that.
if you get
Just
all
plug
5
it
in and then
in.
detonate them. So it makes it a decent final punch
Do
finisher.
PoE dudes even have
Mechanically, I
access
think
to
this works
the
quite
new
nicely.
tree?
When the enemy is vulnerable, you hit them with a few rapid assaults.
I don't know.
Then when
I
they start moving
mean,
again,
the thing is like
you
they
detonate the spearhead.
changes do happen between leagues, right? In PoE 1, and the PoB guys I think usually do get access to the trees then. So I would assume that it would be the same for PoE 2.
With an explosive spear or a thunderous leap. Depending on your build, you might be throwing detonators anyway, so that extra damage
Because like
is
for
just bound to happen.
because what should I call it? People were theory crafting builds for the new league for Pharesia before it even came out. So then again, I don't know how many changes to the tree happened in Pharesia. But usually people like post their league start guides like by the day it releases.
Bonus. When you kind of math out the small rapid hits, the big final hit, and then the potential detonations down the line, it does end up being quite good single target. The bleed does, however, seem kind of supplementary here with no real major bonus or like heavy hit from that final strike to, you know, to give it that extra punch that a bleed really needs. Overall, it's a solid single target skill that'll probably see use in a variety of builds, I expect, especially if they do have a detonator skill kind of already in their gameplay rotation. And of course, don't forget, things like detonating arrow, explosive grenades, and explosive shot all exist for weapon swap setups. Next up, Stormlance is another thrown spear skill and one of my other favorites alongside explosive spear, which it happens to pair very nicely with. This skill has got a lot going on, so hold on to your butts. Stormlance sees you throw a spear that pierces enemies and lodges in the ground, where it then proceeds to intermittently zap nearby enemies with chaining bolts of lightning. You can have 3 active Stormlances in the ground at any one time zapping away, but you can only throw 1 spear at a time, so Scattershot is out, thankfully I think, but Barrage is an option. The stuck spears are detonatable, but they won't detonate by themselves. If they are hit by a detonator, such as Explosive Spear's Explosion, they'll rapidly fire out 16 bolts near instantly in a larger area before expiring. It's pretty chunky damage, especially with 3 of them stacked in one place and then detonated. But of course, all thrown skills have a frenzy charged version, and Stormlance is no different. When consuming a frenzy charge, Stormlance will fire bolts 4 times faster and detonate itself, causing shocked ground. It's basically 3 skills in one: the basic AoE zaps, detonated mega zaps, and frenzy charge machine gun zaps with shocked ground. And they're all a little bit different in how they function. I love this skill and I just kept coming back to it. My primary elemental build on my first run through to the mid 50s or so was Stormlance and Explosive Spear, combined with frenzy charge generation from Sniper's Mark for single target and combat frenzy otherwise.
Sick, yeah. I mean,
used
I just like all the skills, like all the elemental spear throw stuff. I'm like interested in. I'm not gonna league start it, but I'm interested in it. at some point I'll play around with it because they do look really cool.
Electrocute support on this skill to convert the damage from shock chance to electrocute to passively feed me frenzy
How you
charges,
get your
which
frenzies
works quite well. And that's nice because the empowered
Parry,
version
easy.
still causes shocked ground anyway, so you're not really missing out on anything there. Just the opportunity.
Do you see that fucking leap slam, dude? Look at that mobility.
Anyway, so you're not really quite well.
He just did the
nice
rake, right? I think it's rake. Or no, he did the retreating slash into retreating attack into like the spear slam. Like look at that mobility. Holy!
As the explosives started detonating, to keep a continuous rumble
Lightning King of Striker, pretty much.
And those would
Elite Star, recombine attack speed, T1 is accuracy, spear, and
better as I got more and more investment as I went. It's safe to say that Stormlance is a hard recommend from me, based on my first impressions, though I can see.
Look at that! Look at that mobility! It's sick!
Pure clear speed, of course, but this is a nice combined AoE and single target skill. The final skill I did want to mention is Barrage. It's not technically
any Amazon skill, gamers,
but it is available here on this line and has been reworked a little bit to have its functionality expanded.
Okay. Empowered attacks repeat 2 times plus an additional time per frenzy charge. Consume repeats deal 20% less damage. 10% of repeated attack time added to skill cooldown. 30 maximum buff duration 5. Lich Gang! Also Dark Blade, how's it going?
Thrown spear attacks in addition to bow attacks. This means that it doesn't work for Twister, which isn't a thrown spear. It's a projectile attack, but you don't actually throw your spear. But it will for the rest of the thrown spears. If you're unfamiliar, Barrage works by you cast a quick spell that gives you a little buff that then empowers your next attack, compatible to have 2 additional repeats, basically. One thing to remember is that it also consumes frenzy charges to add additional repeats, and that's a good thing, but here in these builds, it may consume the frenzy charges that you intended to empower a spear throw instead.
I mean, hopefully you have the things that don't, like, you know, chance to not consume frenzy charge, help out with it.
Explosive spear is bad with Barrage because of the limited number of active explosive spears being
one by default. For me, I'm going to start Ritualist.
If you throw 3, it's kind of wasted. You're better off just
I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be a good time.
Lightning Spear does seem good with Barrage. You use Barrage as you're moving between packs of enemies to empower it, and then you unleash 3 lightning spears to clear a large area. Great. I'm not entirely sure of the interaction with frenzy charges on the throw, as there was some inconsistencies here and there that were still being worked on, so we'll have to see where that lands once the developers have finalized those mechanics. Like, I'm not sure if it takes 3 frenzy charges
worst
to
class
full
again,
barrage, or if it's just 1 frenzy charge for the full barrage. Obviously, the latter would be much stronger there, but we'll have to wait and see how that pans out. Stormlance is a pretty good.
The thing is, I just want to play around with the corrupted blood stuff. I really I think that's gonna be fun. That's why we're going Ritualist. It's probably not the best league starter, you're right, but
I cannot comment on it.
I want to play the corrupted blood.
Lance does seem like one of the best pairings. I didn't think to re-equip Barrage when I got it, unfortunately, to test. Sorry about that, but
seems as good as Lich. I mean, I would think Ritualist seems okay, but you definitely need gear for it. It's like Paul is saying.
That'll be in part 2.
Because you need like the good rings and stuff.
Barrage didn't feel mandatory.
It doesn't necessarily give you power on from its ascendancy.
It just kind of felt like a
or at least that much,
depending on the skill you're using. I ended up rotating it out for other skills long term, as there was a lot I wanted to use on the Huntress.
Corrupted blood doesn't count as bleed, though. Yeah, it doesn't, but it's part of the same fantasy, you know.
More so than ever before, I did not have enough skill slots.
It's part of the same fantasy of like damage it over time, blood, whatever, right? It's part of that fantasy. I'm gonna try to get both of them to work out.
How many you actually get. I can see Barrage being a part of some setups based on more player preference than anything else, so that sounds pretty good. We'll see how it pans out. But that's it for part 1. In part 2, I'll cover the skills from level 7, 9, 11.
Yeah, we just need to see like how I really need to see what this skill actually entails. Like this one right here, Blood Boil skill. I really want to know what it looks like, what it does, and how it works. Patros Friday, yup. It's gonna be a good time, man. So basically, what my plan is tomorrow will be Monster Hunter. Next stream is gonna be Monster Hunter, and then Friday stream is going to be Path of Exile. We'll see if I can start my stream a little bit earlier in the day. I hope I can. That way we get more time with PoE and like more time building shit and stuff like that. So that's the current plan. What I'm going to be doing for Ascendancy here is, again, we're going to try to skill into Corrupted Life Force first, if this is any good. Then we are going to skill into maybe we'll skill into Unfurled Finger. We either go into Unfurled Finger first, or we go into As the Whispers Ask. And we're not going to go into As the Whispers Demand. We're not going to go into that. So we're going to go into Corrupted Life Force. We're going into As the Whispers Ask, and then we're going all the way down to Mystic Attunement. Second image. This one. Corrupted Blood deals. Thank you. Let's see. Enemies in your presence accumulate blood boils periodically. When they die, the blood boils pop, applying corrupted blood to enemies near them. Corrupted Blood deals 2% of a slain enemy's maximum life as physical damage per second. Blood Boil applies to non-unique enemies in your presence every 1.52 seconds. 20% of more corrupted blood infliction area effect per boil slain on enemy. It inflicts a stack of corrupted blood on targets within 1.5 meters of blood boil on slain enemy. Corrupted blood duration is 5 seconds. That does not look very good. I mean, I didn't expect it to be very good, but it really doesn't look very good. "90 days since I logged in, it's over." Well, I've been busy. I'll probably be doing some Braille this week. 2% of the maximum life as physical damage per second goes up to 5 seconds. Yeah, it just doesn't look very good. I'll be honest. It looks pretty garbage. You also, Walt, how's it going? You play Wilds and then 0.2 releases? I mean, it doesn't take long to do Braille. Just gonna log in and do some quick Braille and log off. Stream your raids? Why would I do that? Doing well? How about you? We're doing well. We're just out here looking at some updates for the new PoE patch. You have a question? Yeah, ask away. If we do a new league, we'll do the old story over again. Yes. It's just basically starting a new character. New character, new economy, new everything. When I do about 5% of my damage as fire, how often do I ignite? Not very often, unfortunately. You're probably pretty much never igniting with that. Because you basically, how ignite works is you need to do damage based, like higher damage than their status ailment threshold, right? And status ailment threshold is usually based on life. So if you're doing a little bit amount of damage as ignite, as fire damage, then you're pretty much never going to get the mob to ignite. You're torn on what you're going to play. Look at the patch notes and start as cuck, so I'm lost now. I mean, if you want to go with like a solid starter, right? I think that I think that Lich is probably going to be pretty good. It seems like a pretty solid starter. I think you can't go wrong with like Deadeye, for example. Doing some sort of Deadeye build. I mean, even Warrior doesn't seem like terrible. You're gonna go Lich 100%. Yeah, I mean, I think Lich is gonna be relatively solid. It might not be OP, but I think it's gonna be good. These percentage damage freeze within 2 seconds. Kill them too fast. They don't have ignited or not. Well, usually there's a little debuff icon that pops up below their health bar if you ignited them. And anyways, ignite's kind of a damage over time thing, right? So if you're killing stuff before you get the ignite, before you get the ignite out, that means you're just doing enough damage to kill with you don't have to care about the ignite damage. I'm really wondering in terms of the new skills. They said there's 25 new skills and 22 of them are going to be Huntress skills, right? The remaining 3, I wonder what they are. Asking about Echoing Flame procs or not. No way to check that out. What's Echoing Flame again? Increased damage if you ignite an enemy recently. I see. I mean, my guess is probably you're not igniting because again, you're only doing about 5% damage. 5% of your damage is flat fire damage. So more likely than not, that's not doing much for the igniting enemies. You're probably gonna want to do more fire damage to reliably ignite enemies. They took 2 skills from Ranger. Wait, well, like what? Oh, I guess there's 2. There's Summon Roas, right? And then there's Specters. Those are 2 new skills that aren't Huntress skills. The Roar Riding and Specters. Is there one more that I'm not thinking about? I mean, Herald of Blood is not a rain lance huntress skill technically, right? Maybe. Hoping that it's Summon Companion instead of what? Summon Beast? As the new skill. Pulled up the calculator. I do about 12% cold and 12%, 50% cold and 12% fire, but I have a lot of freeze buildup. Summon a reviving companion to aid you in combat. The mercenary will use socketed attacks and can be given equipment. Oh, that's interesting. That is interesting. The secret data mine. I see. You're gonna follow a build? Yo, I can give you a build. You're gonna head to bed? Alright, sounds good. Sleep well. Yeah, I find it like if you're not seeing the monster, like because like when you ignite a mob, right? When they die, you can see that they're ignited. So if you don't see them like flaming on the ground, they probably haven't been ignited. Rage Gaming Light. Cause like here, we'll go into the game, right? When you ignite a mob, you can see that they're dead on the ground, like flaming. Everything you kill shatters. You can't even see it. What's contributing to a lot of your cold damage? Like you can try to take off some of the stuff that like you do a lot of cold damage on, and just keep it to the fire damage. Ice strike. Maybe you could try using another skill, right? And just move the support gems over to that skill and see how it goes. I mean, more likely than not, I just don't think you're igniting. Again, I think in order to really tell, you're probably gonna have to like take off some of your cold damage. And thanks for the follow, man. Appreciate it. What are we looking like for the new league? I mean, are you asking like what I'm gonna be playing? I'm probably gonna be playing some sort of ritualist build. That's my guess. Not a fan of this one. I wonder if there's anything I could do right now with like. Nah, it's just there's just still not enough information to really be able to like make a real prediction for like what's going on in the new league to like say like, oh, what's good, what's bad, whatever, in terms of like the skills and builds. I want to be able to like the theory craft some builds, but with the information that we have right now, it just doesn't seem possible. Spark Weaver is dead to me. I think it's just dead to everybody. I'll be honest. It's kind of looking pretty rough for Spark and Stormweaver. And if you combine the two together, oh no, it's a sad, sad life. It's a sad, sad day. One day, 9 hours, and 41 minutes. That is when Dawn of the Hunt is going to come out, guys. I really hope that I mean, I'm sure it's gonna be fun. Hey, I already made 5 videos about new broken builds. Are people really making videos on broken builds? There's no way. Like for example, right? If you take a look at all the changes like energy shield and like mana and stuff like that, Lich kind of went from like an S tier class to like, maybe like an A tier class or something like that. Or like maybe even a B tier class. I don't know. Like, it's definitely way weaker than it was before. Archmage Lich go Chaos Lightning scaling. I mean, I think you could still go Archmage. I think you could still do like, something like with like mana stacking, in stacking, stat stacking, right? It's just gonna be a lot weaker. Now, the general power level of like a lot of skills and a lot of builds have been taken down. So maybe this is just the new ceiling. But I just feel like it's probably not going to be the meta. That's just my guess. But, people are going to find some crazy shit and prove me wrong, probably. I could. Should we go hop into Path of Exile and just like run through the campaign? I feel like that's what everybody else is doing. But honestly, I feel like I've done that so many times that it doesn't really make sense for me to do it. And we just have like no idea how the tree is actually going to shape out. So it might just change and be completely different. Who knows? It could just be like, you know, all the practice that we do now just doesn't mean anything.
Ranger! An
Ranger.
lurking among the shadows of the trees like an animal. You murdered one of my soldiers in the name of a filthy thief. Your guilt
Before I
is
continue, I
clear.
started using a
Leave
person
for
Google
mercy,
that does unleash
if
and
must.
cast speed effect cast on shock. I'm not sure why cast speed would change of cast on shock. Like, what are you thinking about there? And unleash. Let me remind myself what this does. A seal every 200% of cast time to a maximum of 2 seals. Supported seals are unsealed when cast, and that their effects recur for each seal loss. Supported seals did. I'm not entirely sure. I have not played around with this interaction at all. I've not played around with Unleash at all. So I don't want to give you the wrong answer. So sadly, I do not know. I don't know if anybody in chat knows. Warbringer and Tactician now go strength attacking with 1% damage for 3% strength. I think that's only for like their summons, right? Not for themselves. I have no way to test it. Yeah, unfortunately, I've never played around with the interaction before, so I'm just not really entirely sure. Yeah, I don't think there's much of a point for me to play the game right now to like level up a character or whatever. I think rather than doing that, maybe what we do is we'll just go hang around and we'll play some Hellclock. This game is so good. And I cannot wait until this game actually comes out. This is very PoE adjacent. Very PoE adjacent. Which all this would resolve with better UI. I agree. I mean, honestly, I think PoE's UI is like better than a lot of other games. If I'm gonna be honest. a lot of other ARPGs.
Quem luta pela sobrevivência não tem medo de caminhão.
Oh, see, I know, and I can see all the buffs at the point where it starts being annoying. Diablo was such a fun... I don't know. Diablo 4 was alright. It was alright. But I do wish that Diablo 4 were even, like, somewhere as good as Diablo for me. At least in terms of the amount of enjoyment that I've had out of it. D4 is okay. Yes, it is very okay. That is how I would just describe it as a game. It is a very okay game. I wish it was more than just a okay game, though. I enjoyed D3 way more than D4. No, I don't think you're a minority, dude. I think most people enjoy D3 way more than D4. I definitely enjoyed D3 way more than D4. Let's get that one. D4 is the average modern game. It's just okay. Yes. I agree. And I think there's an audience for it. But I'm just not that audience at the end of the day. I am not the target audience of that game. Nothing sets it apart. I mean, I do think there is stuff that sets it apart in that, like, it's a very casual game. It's something that, you know, basically anybody can get into, whether you're a gamer or not. But it's just that for us actual gamers, it's just not enough. It just ain't enough. Apart from being okay. Let me redraw that one. Sure. Get back here, Super Goblin! Big chest. Yo, what's up, Jazz? How's it going, man? It's kind of crazy to think about it this way, but like, I mean, maybe it's not that crazy, but I think Last Epoch is a more enjoyable experience than D4 as well. Diablo 3 Rifts. I had a lot of fun playing Diablo 3. I really did. I think I have all of these. That redraw. Ooh, redraw. Ah, God. Don't think any of these are good. Okay, look at that. Is it a PoE and Vampire Survivors love child? Not really Vampire Survivors. I wouldn't call it Vampire Survivors. It's definitely more of a roguelike, but yeah, it's like a PoE roguelike. I love playing Last Epoch. The graphic art style is terrible to me. I can't stand it. It's definitely has its own style, let's just say, and it's not something that everybody's gonna enjoy. They even call this game an Exile-like. They don't call it a Diablo-like. They call it an Exile-like. Which is funny. Money. I have no money. Kind of reminds me of Hades? Yeah, it's in a similar vein of game. It's sadly it's not fully out yet though. This is still just a demo, but it's a super fun game. It comes out in the summer and I'm looking forward to it for sure, but it is just not out yet at the moment. It's been a week? A week since what? Sure. Take that. Since I stopped being a Chaos Dungeon enjoyer? What have you been doing instead? What is Cure? No fucking clue. Whatever. Keep going. RuneScape. That game. At some point, I do want to try to get into, like, you know, learning how to play that game. It's just, you know, everybody just says it's like a really good MMO. And I'm still a fan of MMOs and want to continue to play MMOs. So at some point, I will want to try to learn how to play this game and try to see what I've been missing out on all these years, you know?
Para os defensores do caminho da luz.
MMOs suck, stop coping. I think there's fun to be had in MMOs. you know, they might all kind of not be great games, but they play a funny little trick on my mind that makes me think I'm having a good time. All right. They use Jedi mind tricks to make me feel like I'm having a good time. And what's the difference between having a good time and feeling like you're having a good time? Both of them get you to feel the same way. Steel Hunters? What is that? Ammo marker is miserable boomers. Well, that's me. I'm a miserable boomer, alright. I'm the target audience. Can't wait for a year of new content anymore. I really think that what they need to do is like have some way to just rethink about the formula for MMOs. I feel like the MMO formula just hasn't been innovated upon since like the beginning, basically. Every time they change the formula, boomers shit on it. Well, maybe they should stop caring about what the boomers say. Maybe they should embrace the new age of gamers and try to cater towards a different audience that, you know, is the future of gamers. I disagree there. I disagree with what? Too slow for the zoomers. New World has a pretty cool to aim for PvE audience, which doesn't really exist in MMOs. I mean, I'm not gonna say MMOs aren't like there aren't cool MMOs, but like, wait, what are you like trying to disagree with? Like, what part of what I was saying are you disagreeing with?
Objeto de grande poder. Sinto que a sorte está do nosso lado.
Making serious changes. New World doesn't have classes, no alts, etc. I mean, that's just RuneScape, right? That's not really like an innovation that New World made. It's existed since early 2000s. And also, I you know, there's every now and then they'll have like, you know, things that they innovate on, right? But the formula is never like what you do on a day-to-day in an MMO doesn't change. It's just all dailies, weeklies, kill this raid, kill that raid. Like the actual day-to-day of like what you do is just the same. They haven't innovated on it at all. Frick ads. Yo, Mr. Jazz, thank you for the 7 months of Prime, man. Appreciate it. Let's see here. Let's take this one. FF14 treats you good compared to Lost Ark. Never played Roots, never felt like an MMO to you. I mean, regardless of whether it feels like an MMO to you, these systems have existed in the game, right? So it's nothing new. Yo, what's up, Jaicon? The new PoE changes scare you as a minion main? Hold you. I'm sorry, sir. But I don't know how to break it to you. Minions are looking kind of rough right now. Minions are looking a little bit rough. But you know what? Maybe the Spectres are so strong that it doesn't matter. Maybe Spectres are just going to be absolutely insane. So the minion nerfs are basically non-existent. How about that? Exactly. There might be some new insane uniques too. Let's see here. More soul stones. Oh my god. Oh, I didn't even upgrade these that far. I didn't realize that. Shit. Well, I guess I'm just gonna put all these over here. Because we're gonna change up our build a little bit and try something new out. Let's do that. Let's do that. Let's try that. And we're going to change up our skills too. We're going to change up Bell for this.
Só massacraram canudos. Todos sabem da força que o povo...
Do that. go quick chance. I don't think mana is very important for us this time around. Because we're not really using mana. This build. Definitely weaker skill than before, but it is what it is. Ooh, that's pretty good. Big crit chance. Big crit chance. Goblin these nuts. Did I kill him? I don't even know. He might have escaped. MMOs do have a lot of negativity in today's landscape. It is true. But it's just because all grumpy old men who just want their games to be good again. When the games were just never good. The games were actually just never good. RS3 is better than a lot of our shows. I mean, I've never played it, so I can't really say. I just wish that all, and I wanted to make a video about this before I left on vacation, but I couldn't finish it up. But like, I don't understand why we can't, like, all Korean MMOs have to, like, so I don't understand why, right? All of the Korean MMOs look so good. And why Western MMOs just can't look that good. Like, why can't Western MMOs look good like Korean MMOs? Because Western MMOs have way better monetization practices. All the Western MMOs just look like trash. Meanwhile, all Korean MMOs look really good, but they just have shitty, like, they're just out there for your wall. If we could somehow get somebody in this world to create a love child between Korean MMO and Western MMO, that would make me so happy. Anime, Western people took a long time to get on the anime train, let alone gaming. Well, so what are you saying that? So you're saying Western people have bad taste? Damn. I mean, I think there's definitely a world for, like, I think there's a huge demand for a game that looks like a Korean MMO, but has monetization like a Western MMO. And unfortunately, Final Fantasy XIV just doesn't cut it for me. Like, I know Final Fantasy XIV has kind of an anime style to it, but still, the style is still not the same as a KR MMO, and I don't think it's anywhere close to being as good. this is new. Just think of how Western art style hasn't evolved over the years. Played StarCraft 2 Dota now on low grass for 7 years. It's not about how it looks, right? It's about the feel and the style of it. Like, whenever you're playing a game, like a KRMO, you just feel badass. You feel badass. The skills are, like, flashy. Mobs explode. Every hit just feels good. And also the booba, right? You know, also the booba. But in Western MMOs, it just doesn't feel like that. You just feel kind of like bad. You just don't feel like a badass. You don't feel good. Loa's a perfect example. Yeah, it's like Loa BDO, right? These games, they just feel good to play. And it feels good to be in that world. Now another question. A friend told me whenever I crit, I have a 100% chance of shocking the truth. No. So that was the case for Path of Exile 1. In Path of Exile 1, if you crit, you 100% apply the ailments. But in Path of Exile 2, they changed that to where critting does not guarantee ailments being applied. It is all based off of ailment thresholds. This skill is so weak. It just does not compare to the goddamn bell, dude. Why can I not have a skill? Like, why does this skill just suck so much compared to the goddamn bell?
Uma recompensa para os defensores do caminho da luz.
I think they're notable. The heroes are unmatched. True. But too bad, they all are just out for your money. They're just out for your wallet. Western games just propaganda BS. What's the plan for tomorrow and the next day? Tomorrow is Monster Hunter. There's a big new title update for Monster Hunter, so we're planning for that to be the next day. That's gonna be the stream tomorrow. And then the next day is Path of Exile. I'm going to be trying to get on Path of Exile earlier, like trying to stream earlier than usual, just get, you know, maximum Path of Exile gameplay time. So yeah. I wouldn't touch an Asian MMO with a 10-foot pole. Well, I mean, I think that, what is it called? I think that Final Fantasy is a good MMO, for sure. It's not my style, not my type, but it's definitely a good MMO. It's like one of the better ones out there in terms of like fairness of monetization and everything. Degenning for me in a while. Game goes live. I guess you're not sleeping. Are you talking about PoE or are you talking about Monster Hunter? I mean, I don't necessarily think that DEI or like a focus on DEI necessarily makes a game bad. I think it's just that a lot of times the Western devs are just bad at making games and it just so happens they care a lot about it. But also, I think that, what is it called? I think that DEI doesn't make the game bad, right? Like, for example, Baldur's Gate 3. Fucking one of the, there's definitely a lot of DEI stuff in it, but one of the best games out there. So it's not necessarily because of that, but I do think, like, when it takes, like, when you use, like, a budget, you have a budget, right? And if the game is already bad, like, having all that stuff kind of makes it worse in a way. Like, makes it so that, like, you know, you're spending resources on places that you probably shouldn't be spending resources on. So I don't necessarily think it makes it is what makes it bad, but I think it makes bad games worse because of like resources and allocation of resources.
Minhas orações foram ouvidas. Agradeço por esta dádiva.
DEI is a sprinkles on already hard large turret, exactly. I don't necessarily think that DEI is what causes these games to be bad, but I do think that it does, you know, contribute to a bad game being worse because of like resources spent. Like instead of spending money on like some of these people that are like there trying to like add these like woke like aspects of these games, they could have spent that money elsewhere, made it better. And it's more about the people behind it rather than the ideas. It's like, you know, these people, rather than thinking about how to make a good game, a lot of times we're just thinking about like how to add like a kind of what is it called? Like add their message to it or something, right? So again, Jonathan's like, bro, we spent less than 100 mil. What game is this? This is Hell Clock. It's a game that's currently in beta. That's pretty good. Or not beta. It's a demo. The full game comes out in June. And it costs minus 10, damage 30, 100%. Just arcade the boss on the second floor of Trials, and both died in flames. They're confused. What do you mean by arcade? You ever play V-Rising? I did a little bit. I played a bit with May, actually. May, Cotty, Lofty, and Calvin. Hey, you're welcome. Western companies run by corpos? Yeah, I mean, I think that it's not just Western companies, though. I think gaming, like, companies in general are all run by corpos these days. Which sucks. Which sucks. It's just the AAA ones, I think, are really bad. The AAA companies are the ones that are the most egregious. The AAA Western devs, not great. Not great. Is this a melee skill? Yes, it is. Oh boy, are we gonna be able to beat this floor? We have 1:14 left to make it to the next floor. I mean, we could definitely make it to the end, but I definitely want to like try to get as many resources as I can before we make it there. Because this skill is definitely not very strong, and I would like to get as many update grades as I can before we make it up there. 51 seconds. Oh boy. Oh boy. 46 seconds. Ooh, we could do it, boys. We could do it. We could make it. We can make it 38 seconds. Okay, never mind. We might be needed to find this shit. Fuck it. Oh boy. Okay, attack speed, increase AoE of melee skills. Let's go with attack speed. Okay. Next floor. Alright, can we kill this boss? Can we kill this boss is the question. This is definitely rough. This build does a ZDPS, baby. I'm still going Huntress? Probably. I don't see a reason to not to. I mean, is that like, yeah, I don't see a reason not to. Also, like, I want to play the new stuff if I can. If I have a choice, I would like to try to play the new stuff. Oh wow, we were actually killing this guy. That's actually insane. Thought I wasn't gonna be able to kill him. I mean, still possible for me to lose here, but oh boy. Oh boy. Hello. Get your ass over here. And he is dead. Boom. Mayhem Zerker PTSD. Alright, let's get that one. And it doesn't matter what we get here. Going back to the beginning. Now I have an opinion-based question. Do you think drowning in PoE is balanced? No, not in its current state. I think drowning in PoE is bullshit. I don't like the fact that a white mob can one-shot you. I hate interacting with people, aka Miso. You know, I don't disagree. I don't disagree with you. I would hate interacting with me too. I don't even have a chest armor. What the fuck? %, 5 attack speed, 7% attack speed. 4.5 physical resistance, cooldown speed 12. That's just same shit. All the same shit. Okay, we should probably try to use some new skills that we haven't used before. Envelops in a barrier convocation based on maximum mana. I mean, these are not really like skills though. They're just like, I mean, they're skills in a sense, but they're not like. They're not damaging skills. Did I finish PoE 2 already? What do you mean? In the past 2 months, I've died about 8 times, 6 times of drowning during the ritual encounter because I couldn't see the drowning bubble. Yeah, it sucks. They need to make the indicator a little bit bigger, in my opinion. Didn't do patch drop? Nope. It is dropping on in 2 days. Well, less than 2 days at this point. A day and 9 hours, I think, is what it was estimated to be. Nope. We have not finished with it. I mean, I'm probably going to be playing this season for a good at least 2 months, I'd say. That's the hope. Oh. What if we're gonna do like a repeater build? Ooh, I've actually never tried this one. But it just seems kind of boring. Meanwhile, Smilegate. Epic 7 Origins. Oh yeah, I saw this. I saw this. Using one weapon or two weapon sets? Yeah, that's nice. But sadly, that's not coming this Friday. They said that that shit's gonna get delayed, unfortunately. Crow looks sick. New Crow looks really cool. Is this the chick from the Hillags Lance? Damn. Is this the chick from RNL? I don't think so, right? Oh, rip. This is a chick from, oh god, she's from an Artifact too, I think. Pretty sure she's from an Artifact. Never gone to gacha again? Never again. What do you mean never again? Genesis Ross, what the fuck? Sounds like you said that you when you say that, you sounds like you're saying that you have gotten into gacha games before. New Rift. Epic Hell. Damn. All shit that I don't care about. You enjoyed Honkai? This had the R&L girls. God damn. Payra looks for... Oh my god. Jesus Christ, Payra.
날 따라잡기엔 아직 너무 느려. 빛보다 빠르게. 이 거리의 주인을 확실히 알게 해주지. 골목대장 행세인가요? 체벌이 필요해 보이는군요.
Gameplay loop doesn't hold itself over, and I don't care for the story. Yeah. I mean, there's a reason why I can't play gacha games these days either. It's just too much time. It's just too time consuming. And I don't understand. Oh, that's what it is. This is a not Dust Devil. The one that makes you go invisible after you kill an enemy. I forget what it's called. Wind something. Wind Rider. Yes, Wind Rider. Yeah, that's what it is. Pre-orders, Switch 2 pre-order with all accessories. Damn, you got pre-orders already? We don't get our pre-orders until next week.
Largar a gente a própria sorte e depois
Wait, oh wait. I need to go back. Whoops, not that one. Yeah, we don't get our pre-orders for the Switch 2 until next week. Kinda sucks. There. Okay, let's go. I like. I asked my GF if she wants to buy the new Switch. She told me no thanks, just buy the Steam Deck. Damn. I mean, I like my Steam Deck, but I mean, it's hard, right? I really enjoyed my time playing the Switch games, but did I play it that much? Not that much in general. There are only a select few games that I enjoyed. But would I give up my Switch for a Steam Deck? I don't think so. I mean, I have both, right? But I don't think I'd give up my Switch for my Steam Deck. I would not give up my experiences on my Switch for the Steam Deck. Did I miss something? I think I missed something. $15 off on your accessories for your Switch and company discount. Nice. That is very nice. I'm glad. I'm happy for you. Did your company give you like advanced purchasing on your Switch or something like that? Because I don't know. At least we don't get it until next week. company distributes the Switches. Damn. Big privileges. Games are too expensive and never go on sale. I mean, I don't blame her for doing it, right? Oh my god, fuck this shit. I need to change up the skills. We need to change up the skills. Want to switch to, but you saw the game's prices and you're so broke. Yeah, it's kind of crazy how expensive the Switch stuff is, but I mean, it kind of goes back to what we were saying, we've discussed in the past, that, like, it doesn't really make too much sense that games are still just, like, $60 to $70, which is, like, basically the same as they were, like, 20, 30 years ago. Meanwhile, inflation has gone up like crazy. So, I understand why they're doing it, because this way they don't have to include microtransactions. But it does suck because it kind of, like, you know, makes it so that people who don't have the means to buy it are kind of barred from being able to play these games. It's like with free to play, like with microtransactions, right? It sucks because, you know, the ceiling for what you spend is much higher, but at least you can access the game. More people are able to access the game. But where was I going with my sentence? Yeah, the ceiling for what you get to pay is, like, much higher. But, like, you know, it's much more accessible to people who can't, like, you know, afford that high price. Because not necessarily everybody's going to be paying for the game, right? They're paying for the microtransactions. They were half the year for Switch 2 since you convinced me last time not to get the Switch 1. Did I convince you not to get the Switch 1? Well, I'm glad I did, because if you had bought a Switch 1, I think you would have been very unhappy. From Software asks, I happily got all the games. Well, you gotta get the Switch 2 to get Dustborn or whatever. Dustblood. I forget what the name is. You said, dude, release back, even though I'd wait 6 months to reorder another 2 months of actual release. Hey, I think that it was probably worth the wait. I don't know. Personally, when I bought my 3DS and, like, the Switch came out, like, literally a half a year later, I was kind of pissed off. I definitely was not happy about my purchase. You want Hollow Knight? Well, there will be a new expansion to that. There will be a new Hollow Knight coming out. just want to try and play JRPGs and not gacha anymore.
Me trouxe instrumento iluminado.
Pretty cool chance. Setting though microtransactions are way crazy than buying the whole game. Yep. I mean, but the thing is, it does still stand that a lot of people are just unable to afford like a full game at like $80 or $90. Which I understand, right? Games are expensive. Different people earn a different salary, and you know, different parts of the world have like different living standards. $80 to $90 is like literally, you know, maybe more than a month's worth of salary for some people. $7 box fight, and you have to person you can have to continue pay for shit. Yep. And you have to like buy all these expansions and shit like that every time they want to come out with like new content. It's just not good. If you, for most consumers out there, if you're able to like the $90 to $100 price point is like, you know, it's better for most people. But again, there are people who just cannot afford the game, which sucks. Ooh, this is yes, what's up? Forgot what you're about to ask. Great. Ask again later. I think about WoW, the pay-to-win DLCs, subtime, pay-to-win transactions. Exactly. That's just like, you know, the thing that I think... I'm gonna be honest, right? Sadly, the microtransactions, all that stuff, is not going away. Companies, gaming is too big these days, and companies care too much about profit and money and bottom line. Sadly, games that don't charge for, you know, additional DLCs and microtransactions, those are like, you know, they are a dying species. They are soon going to become extinct, much like the dinosaurs and the woolly mammoths and the saber-toothed tigers, you know? They're just not going to exist anymore. We're going to think back to them fondly, but, you know, it's just going to be a future where that doesn't exist. Do you have a streamer named Darth Microtransactions? Yep, it is true. Tis true. Ah, she-ball. I don't have enough money for that. Each knife hit on reflex and increased movement speed and melee speed. Ooh, that's pretty good. Grab that. Love how these days, tons of nuisance streamers all following Johnny's steps. JP and KR, yeah, it is great. It's wonderful. The thing is, like, the worst part is that all these people aren't like they're not as fun to shit on as Johnny is. So they don't do it as like well as he does. So like, you know, it's just at the end of the day just a nuisance, and there's zero entertainment with it. There's zero entertainment value to it. Genetically plentiful face? Yup. Maybe he's been immortalized and we don't even know it. I mean, I honestly think he has. I'm not gonna lie. I think he has definitely left a legacy. Is it a positive legacy? Definitely not. But it's definitely a legacy. He'll be known as the one who pioneered nuisance streaming so hard in Japan and Asia that people had to be extremely... People probably literally had to make new laws about it. And they got people to be so pissed off that they started to beat people up like Johnny on the streets. Farm relic books and 5 entity rosters. Should have just walked over to North Korea? Well, he wouldn't do that. He's not that stupid. To be honest, he probably just doesn't know which direction is North Korea, let's be real. You still hold an oil with gold? Yes. That will never change. Gold is the least of your worries about holding in low though. Yo, with tears and hope. Still can't afford that? There's no way, bro. Oh my gosh, it's expensive. Don't want to know how I get my new equipment in RuneScape? How do you do it? Do you PK people? Do you kill them for their equipment? Do you steal them off their dead bodies? Deado. Killed a boss for 3 hours. Sounds like fun. What if Johnny is a North Korean spy? Yeah, no. That would never happen. That would be too important of a position for him. When the new league ends, the stash and currency are transferred standard. What if our stash is filled? They create new temporary stash slots, so they will never take over your current stash spaces. So even if you have 0 stash tabs, it's completely fine. I can show you what it looks like. Launch up PoE 1 real quick, and I can show you what it looks like. Are you serious? Use servers go live? No, because if servers are probably going to go live pretty early in the day, and yeah, it's just not happening. I'll probably stream around the normal time, to be honest. And said no, L. That's a big guy. Dude's huge. But yeah, so basically it looks like this. Do you see this? These remove only stash tabs. So they'll basically create new stash tabs for you, and they'll just be like, oh, this is remove only. So where all your like old shit will be here, and like you can't use it, like you can't put new stuff into them, right? That's why they're called remove only. So I tried to put these chaos orbs in here, it just wouldn't work. Well, you can take the shit out of it. Unfollowed? Hey, it is what it is, man. It is what it is. I just can't wake up in time, dude. Also, your boy's busy. Your boy's gotta do like YouTube vids and shit. Don't want you here? Yeah. Get out of here. I don't want to see you here ever again, Shadow. Come on, brother. Redraw. There it is. Boom. Big. Go say goodbye, Shadow. I miss already. Cute VTuber, cute cat girl, cute ears. It's over. It's over. She's never coming back ever again. She's never coming back to the entire year till you'll see her ever again. I was watching Froggy, then she started singing. Damn, are you saying she doesn't sing well? She's a bad... How could you say that about her? How could you say that about her? Gain 6% damage to elemental damage, extra lightning damage, count these gloves. Have the word damage twice in a row. Yeah, you know, they gotta fix a lot of stuff. They definitely gotta fix stuff. Bacon, are you gonna play the new Path of Exile season? You gonna go another minion build? Oh shit! I didn't realize I had so little time left. Fuck. Oh god, 39 seconds. Oh boy. Oh. This better be the 14th floor. If it's not the 14th floor, I'm gonna be in deep shit. Oh shit, I'm in deep shit. I'm in deep shit. No. Gotta keep going, keep going, keep going. I've been doing this and not even noticing. Not even noticing. 43 seconds, 23 seconds, 23 seconds, 21 seconds. 15, 14, okay, we made it. I do not have enough for that, but we have enough to redraw, and we will get. Oh no, that's not useful. None of that is useful. Whatever, mana. Sure, fuck it. We're going. Wouldn't go minions because of the narrow maps. Still Sag for your Hex Blast. What the fuck? You can't hurt me when I'm in close? That's kind of... That shouldn't be the case. It's probably a glitch. Unintended. Oh, dude's dead. Dude is absolutely deado. Nice. Thought you're done with this game? I mean, I was just like I had like 30 minutes left of the stream, and I was like, what I want to do, and I'm like, I kind of want to try this game again, see how it goes, and play some other builds and stuff like that. And here we are an hour later. I mean, this is a fun game. This is a good game. What can I say? Literally playing through the same areas over and over again. This reminds me of back in the day with like Diablo, what was it, Diablo 3? I remember playing Diablo 3's like first act like so many times over and over again. I had so much fun doing that shit. Practice Poe 2. I mean, I didn't really see. I was thinking about it, but it just I don't know. I just refrained against it. I have to reach Act 3 to unlock that. Shit. What? Why can't I go this way? Does not connect that way? It should. I did so much of Act 1 in the last 5 days. Wait, why? I still need a chest armor. There's no way I haven't gotten a chest armor all this time. Unless there's no chest armor in this game. Alright, folks. It is getting around that time of the night where we are gonna head to bed. You were dying so much. Maybe you should stop sucking, bro. Alright, guys. Let us pull open the marbles on stream. It is time for our favorite part of the stream, the gacha giveaway. You just joined? I will what the fuck? That's kind of crazy. I'm kind of scared. Please save me. Please save me from this villain. Yo, Seon, we are about to end, sir. You're coming in at just the right time to join into the gacha giveaway. All right, X-Ray Shark play, folks. Extra play to join. What's the new redeem? Is there a new redeem? There shouldn't be any new redeems. If there is one, it's left over from my VTuber model. Exclamation mark play to join, folks. Exclamation mark play to join. I am thinking about adding a new redeem for using the VTuber model for like a day or something like that though. Can you add this? Sure. Sure. Exclamation mark play to join, folks. Exclamation mark play to join. Get your asses in here. You guys have 60 seconds to make it in here. 60 seconds. What the fuck? What a weirdo. What a creep. I'm gonna make USO VTube for a week. Why would you do that, man? Why would you do that? It's gonna be expensive redeem for sure. It's gonna be like 100k plus for sure. I did go back and like fix up the eyes a little bit because the eyes were kind of fucked up. So when we do have that back, it'll be a lot better. I'm so tired. I'm not a degen anymore, guys. I go to sleep at like 4 a.m. now instead of like 5 or 6. Oh my gosh. I'm such a normie, aren't I? I'm such a goddamn normie, guys. All right. Looks like we have Aeon here in the lead. Oh my god, everybody's getting destroyed right now by this first revolving door. It's crazy. Ooh, getting knocked back. Jesus Christ, everybody's getting destroyed. What is going on? Nobody is making it through. Oh, Kiever. Potentially going to be the first one to make it through. Here it is. Wait, how did you die already, Shadow? What the fuck? Man, you suck. This guy sucks. Oh, goodbye, Bacon. GG. What is going on here? We are just getting so slow. Aeon is stuck in the back still. Oh, how did I die? What the fuck? Wait a second. There's only 2 people alive. Oh my god. Kiever is literally the only one not dead. What is going on here? Everybody's dead. How did this happen? All right, Kiever. Are you going to be able to make it? If you can make it, you can get the W. But if you can't make it, I mean, what can I do? I guess there's just no winners if that's the case. I picked a bad map. No, this is not a bad map. This is a good map. Okay, go on. Let's go, Kiever. You can make it. You can make it. You got this, dude. You got this. Oh, okay. Down he goes. And boom! Congratulations, Kiever. You have won today's gacha or marbles game. So you get to pull in the gacha game. See, if it was a shit map, nobody would have won. But he won. Because he was better than everybody else. He was better than all you guys. You guys just skill issued. It's just skill issue. All right. Good luck, sir. You got this. I believe. There's still a chance. There's still a chance. There is still a oh, but unfortunately, that is a 3-star hero. Sadly, not quite a 4-star hero. But don't worry. Even if you didn't win today, there's always a chance that you win tomorrow. But guys, that wraps up the stream. I hope Miss Froggy is done singing. All right. Hope you guys have a good stream. And as per usual, we'll be back tomorrow. Let's raid you guys over to Mr. Danny Roku. It's been a while. So hope you guys enjoy his stream. And I will see y'all tomorrow. Peace out, folks.